Yeah, right here. Mr. you have said that the U.S. military has essentially aerial superiority, naval superiority over Iran, yet we're not escorting ships through the Strait of Hormuz. Why? How did you not plan for this?
We planned for it. We recognize it because ultimately we want to do it sequentially in a way that makes the most sense for what we want to achieve and ensure that we're sending the right signals to the world when we do so. So when Chris Wright speaks or we speak, it's based on a full assessment of what we're up against, what we want to say to the world, how that we want them to see and understand the conflict. It's like this whole idea of the war widening. That's what the press wants to make it look like it's widening and chaos is ensuing. No, we're actually closing in on grabbing hold of and controlling what objectives we want to achieve and how we want to achieve them. It's called shaping operations and setting the conditions. But when you shape the environment, you don't always tell. I mean, foolish political leaders and foolish military leaders of the past will hang an exact deadline on it. Or here's exactly when we'll do what we're going to do. Or here's how long it's going to take us. And then if you meet that, maybe you meet it. But if you don't, you fail. And if you're far beyond, we know exactly what we're shaping and why. We're sending those signals working across the interagency. The Strait of Hormuz is something we've paid attention to from the beginning. And the American people can rest assured we will ensure that our interests are advanced, no doubt.
It's the Homeless Left with Matt Weinglass and co-host Craig Pasta JARDULA. Episode 176. Nobody saw this coming. With special guest Danny Shaw. And an all-new top censored news of the week. And here's your host, Matt Weinglass.
Welcome one and all to the Homeless Left, a non-tribal approach to news show. I am your host, Matt Weinglass. I will be with you guys here throughout the afternoon today on this lovely, beautiful, peaceful Thursday. Well, peaceful is quite a stretch of a word to say right now. We can be peaceful-minded, of course. We can be grounded in reality using our critical thinking skills and, putting humanitarian needs first, the needs of the people over the needs of the powerful. We can keep challenging up, punching up, but we can't do much about the fact that the rest of the world seems to be getting closer and closer to whatever you want to call it, end times. I don't know how biblical you guys want to get. We try to stay out of that realm, but we can't help but notice that it seems like a lot of the people, the powerful people, that have been controlling everything, running everything, the ones that we have been exposed in the Epstein files. We know this is a pedo class, Satan worshiping, Baal statue worshiping. These are the people that like to do horrible, disgusting, unthinkable things to children and eat them as well. That's also on the docket for them, and it has been. And let's talk about the fact that this isn't just a moment in time where a few bad people did a few bad things. This is exposing an entire history of people doing this for many, many, many years. We happen to have a moment in time that we can look at and see clearly, but make no mistake, the thing that we thought, the function of the world that we were born into and the way we were told it was run was all lies. So here we are trying to keep the peace, trying to keep our heads grounded, level-headed, not lose ourselves in the chaos, not go crazy. As we learn more and more, we can't unsee the stuff that we have seen behind the curtain. Some of us go the other direction. If you're not losing your mind, you might be going numb altogether. So these are natural reactions. We understand that at the human condition, but we just have to do our best to keep each other in good spirits and always extend a helping hand and always reach out and see if people are in need of help. Maybe there's people that are in a different timeline than you are, and they're having their wake up moment, their aha moment. Now is the time to recognize that change, that shift in people, and reach out and say, I'm here. Let's have a discussion. Let's talk. And that's what we're doing here. We're having one conversation at a time. We're doing something about it. We're not just uncovering. We're not just pulling that curtain back. We're not just saying, here's the problem. We're also saying, what can we do about it? Let's go for solutions. We don't necessarily believe at all that we know exactly what to do about it, but we are in the business here. I guess you would say we are in the space to try and figure that out and do our best at attempting to solve the problems. So in that attempt, we can move out of this dark nihilistic space, which I guess it's easy to fall into. We know that. Like, what's the point? What's the point? If they were all against us, if they're all in on it, what the hell can we even do? Especially with AI, especially with all these new techniques that they have to pit us against each other even more, to fake us out. What we're seeing isn't what's really in front of our face. So we know that they're getting better at their techniques, but guess what? We're getting better at ours. We're getting better at calling that shit out. We're getting better at spotting those red flags, not tomorrow, not the next day after that, not years from now. We don't need 20 years to figure out Iraq was not just bad intel. Iraq was lies, and they were lies on purpose, and we know what it served. The Greater Israel Project. We understand that now. So we can see in real time what's happening with Iran in real time. We can see the false flag operations as they're happening. In fact, in the case of LA, right here, we can see it before it happens. We see all the pieces putting into place to set up the false flag, pretend that Iran has a sleeper cell right here, ready to go, when it's the FBI coordinating with the Mossad to do it in advance. But we call that out, and it in some cases might foil the plot that they had going if enough people speak out beforehand. Could you imagine what would have happened if we talked about 9/11 before 9/11, or maybe even just a few days before? If we're like, wait a minute, what did you guys have this Pentagon issue? How many trillion? 2 trillion missing? And then what's going on with these put options? And then who's calling in sick that day? So we can see it in real time now. We're not going to make these mistakes anymore. And they're not mistakes. They're us getting better at fighting this battle, fighting ultimately this war. It's the people against the powerful. It's the critical thinkers against the corrupt abusers and captures that we have been unfortunately subjugated to our whole lives. Most of us don't even know it or haven't known it, but we know it now. And for the first time in the history of our country, we're cheering for the other side. Why are we doing that? And it's okay. Why are we doing it, though? We're doing it because we recognize that the people that we were told were the bad guys, the people that we were told were going to take over the planet, the people we were told were the next Hitler, all of them. None of them are in the Epstein files, by the way, none of them. But what they're about is they're about coming after not us. They don't hate us for our freedom. They're not about to kill Americans. They don't want to hurt us. They want to take on our captors. And that's why it feels good when they score a point and they get closer at taking down that Epstein class, at that pedo ring, at that psychotic, warmongering, sociopathic, billionaire, we can do no wrong, supremacist-minded psychopaths. We'll say psychopaths again. That's how bad. That's who they're going after when they burn those ball statues in the streets of Tehran. That's who they're going after. Our captors, not us. So we can root that on. That's okay. We're going to keep rooting that on, and we're going to keep calling out the BS. And that's why we're calling today's show. What are we calling this? Nobody saw that coming, right? No one saw this coming. All this stuff we're going to point out to you. It's a little bit, being a little sarcastic with that, but how could we have guessed? How could we have guessed everything that is happening right now? Who would have known? And there's a lot of those examples today. So we're going to be bringing on our friend Craig Pasa-Jardula here in just a moment. We also have Danny Shaw. He's going to be covering what's happening on the ground in Cuba right now. The next one up. Who's next after Iran? Well, Cuba seems to be on the docket as far as Lindsey Graham has been discussing and saying out loud. So we have to get the insight on that one. We're looking forward to that conversation. We're going to be getting into the Tulsi Gabbard exposing herself and exposing more of the thing that she claimed to fight against. So you guys know what that's about. We're going to be covering what's going on in Tel Aviv. We also have some inflation spike warnings from the Fed chair. Oh, this can't be good, right? And of course, we're going to be doing ongoing up-to-date coverage on Iran as a whole. And then we have top censored news for you guys coming. We're going to do that a little later in the show today because we have a lot of stuff we want to do about Iran up front. So let's go ahead and get started with the show right now. What we're going to do is, I want to make sure you guys are, yes, we're doing pretty good on all the channels. It's very awesome. Thank you guys. YouTube, Rumble, it's looking good. Get your comments in. We're also going to be bringing on Nurse Leslie later to do some talking back with you guys. And you guys know we like to get personal with you. So get those super chats, get those Rumble rants on there, and we will engage with you later in the show. That's talking back. Top censored news is coming later. So why don't we do this? For now, let's start with it's a additional. We had to do an additional. We ran out of time on Tuesday, but we need to get a little bit more real fake news exposed, which we like to do in this segment, which we call a real fake news update. Let's go. It's a real fake news update, not brought to you by Pfizer. The mainstream media is trying so hard right now. They're trying so hard to hold on to the narrative that we have to support our troops, that we have to support this American exceptionalism, that we have to support our greatest ally of all time. We know who that is. And how can they do that? At the same time, they have to also let us know that Trump is dangerous. At least some of the networks that pretend that they have a different take, the non-Fox News networks, they have to pretend that we have to stop Trump. Why? Because of Russiagate. He's a Putin puppet. That must be really hard. By the way, that must be really hard to keep that narrative going. That's a hard one to do now when Putin has the back of Iran. It's complicated. I would hate to be working in one of these stations right now, giving my talking points every morning, getting that email telling you what your bullet points are. But Fox, I mean, they're having a really hard time with this, but not when they get polls like this. This is a fun one. And CNN covered this poll. It's pretty wild. And it's pretty wild that it doesn't matter any of those networks. None of them are pushing back on the ridiculousness of these numbers. If you haven't heard yet, Trump's approval rating with MAGA is up to 100%.
You know, sometimes you look at the polling data and there are numbers that just jump off the screen at you. And this is one of those. Because just take a look here. MAGA GOP view of Trump. Approve 100%. 100%. If you are a member of MAGA and the GOP, you approve of Donald John Trump. 0% say that they disapprove. You don't have to be a mathematical genius to know you can't go higher than 100%. He is the 1972 Miami Dolphins.
Yeah. What the hell? 1972 Miami Dolphins. Who came up with that garbage? By the way, CNN, who owns that? Larry Ellison. There you go. Who's putting these talking points together on behalf of our greatest ally ever? So I just want to throw that out to you, that CNN is now, well, has been, but now it's clearly obvious, part of that defending all of our military aggression, all of everything that Trump is actually doing. So CNN, if you were still hanging on to the idea that CNN was that middle ground and was going to call stuff out, that's not happening here. Why are we doing a poll? Why are they showing a poll at 100%? That's not humanly possible. That doesn't make any sense. This is why we don't trust polls in general, because polls are skewed with the way the questions are asked. And I would say this, if you look at who's identifying as a MAGA, this is my only assessment of this would be, if you're going to try and steer 100%, the only way you can do that is when you call people, you have to ask them, do you still consider yourself a MAGA? In other words, have you ever had a problem with anything that Trump has done? Has he followed through on everything? And the very few handful of people that said that, they would say, then you qualify as MAGA. And then they ask the question. What question? Do you still support Trump? And then that's how you get 100%. Because the very few holding on will then say, yes, we approve. because we already checked the boxes you asked in the previous questions. That's how it works. So the fact that they have no pushback on this on CNN is just remarkable. There's no such thing as a poll that polls at 100% on anything. Just so you guys know. So this is theater. This is theater. That's real. It's what we call real fake news. What are they doing over on Fox? Oh, they are doubling down even harder on Iran. Check this out. If you guys haven't seen this, this is Fox take on how excited Iranians are that we're bombing the shit out of their country. Check it out.
Who are talking to Iranians in Iran saying, you know, they're most afraid of the bombs stopping because if the bombs stop, they believe the United States might be done.
Absolutely. And when they have the moment to tweet, they're tweeting and saying, please don't stop. Because the worst thing that could happen to us is if you leave this regime in place, which means who is going to pay the price? We, the Iranian people, are. They're going to torture us more. They're going to kill us. They're going to throw us in prison. You've got to finish the job. They are celebrating every time a bomb goes on. Just imagine, Trace, for a moment.
Oh, I'm imagining anytime a bomb goes off, wherever I am at, I just want more bombs. I love the sound of bombs you guys love the smell of bombs in the morning? What is that? The line from Apocalypse Now? No, yeah, we love it. We love the smell of death and destruction, as Pete Hegseth tells us. And I would love to be on the receiving end of that. I'm actually jealous. I'm actually jealous of Iranians because they get to wake up to these kind of noises. And if you set your alarm, or if your alarm doesn't go off, it's a nice get out of bed. It's actually better than anything you can set on your phone. You can just to have that bomb just wake you up. I'm ready for the day. Thank you, America. Thank you, Trump, for bombing the shit out of my country. I love it. I absolutely freaking love it. And then this stupid claim, which a lot of people fell for here. A lot of people fell for it. A lot of people on the left fell for this. It's weird. If you still consider yourself left, right, whatever the hell that is. They fell for what? They fell for this idea that we have to go be humanitarians because what? Because the Iranian government is mass murdering. What did they say? 30,000, and then it jumped to 40,000, and then 50. We even heard 90,000. The problem is there's no footage. There's nothing to back it up. There's nothing to back it up. Doesn't exist. It's weird, right? Because all we've had for 3 years on our cell phones on the palm of our hand is footage after footage after footage of babies and children and women and innocent people in Palestine getting blown to bits every single day and starving to death every single day. But these guys forgot the footage of those. I mean, it's wild, but we have to take their word for it. We always got to take their word for it. So shut up and get in line. That's how it goes. This is interesting. If you guys didn't know about Fox's new design, because they have to keep up with Larry Ellison over at the CNN gang, right? They got to keep up. So what did they come up with? Oh, I got to grab this one. This one's good. This one is good. If you guys didn't see this little adjustment down in the corner, ooh, look at that. You see that nice little blend? The stars and the stripes, and it just right into that swastika. I mean, Star of David. I'm sorry, it looked like a swastika to me. I mix them up sometimes, but it's such beautiful. It's so nice. It kind of the white and the blue. It just blends. I love seeing it. So they have to keep up with CNN. They got to keep up with CBS, because CBS put a little menorah. You guys remember that one? The little menorah on the back, right onto the CBS Evening News, or was it the morning show? I can't keep them straight. Doesn't matter. But you got to keep up with aesthetics, right? Because you got to look good. You got to look good doing this stuff. So we are in a battle with the propaganda machine more than ever right now, guys. This is the kind of shit that if you're still the handful of people watching these networks, I mean, I feel bad for you. If you have family members that still watch these networks, we certainly feel bad for you, but we have to try to understand, like, why would you still do that? But again, it makes us, puts the burden on us that we have to do our due diligence, and we have to come up with the correct information, do the investigation correctly. I'm just going to remind you guys, because we are in an AI battle right now. We're in a major AI battle right now. And so when we have Trump making claims like this, when we call him out on the protesters that actually do exist, that actually are in the streets, that don't want us bombing the shit out of them, What does he say about those claims that we have? Again, footage. We have footage. We have timestamped footage of everything accurately happening in all these countries, in Iran, in Palestine, in Lebanon. We have all of the footage. They don't have footage of the shit that they want to show us. They don't have footage of 40 beheaded babies and raped people in Israel on October 7th. They don't have that footage. They can just tell us how hard it is to see, and we don't want anyone to see it. And we had to go in a secret room to watch it. So this is what Trump says when we say we have the footage of the million people that don't want us there. We have it. What does he say?
Another thing that was AI generated, they showed about 250,000 people in a square saying how much they love Khomeini. Totally AI generated. It never took place. The media knew it didn't take place, but they built it up like they have great support. They don't have support. And that whole rally that they had 4 days ago that they said was fake. It was AI generated. AI can be very dangerous.
Oh, it can be very dangerous indeed, Mr. Trump. And he's been using that same garbage line, which used to mean something back in the day when he coined the term fake news. That used to mean something. Now it's just a gimmick line to keep us in line. And anybody left as that considers himself a MAGA, you 100%ers, you 100%ers, any one of you that are left is going to buy this garbage that we have AI. Hell no, we don't have AI. We have real people like this. They say, all right, let me get this. Here it is. They say the presence of people in the squares is artificial intelligence. Huh? Yeah. AI? Yeah, right. Look at my hands. I have 6 fingers. Look at how she's having fun with this. It's funny. Look at her 6. No, this is a real person. Are you tired of showing up? These gatherings? When will you come out? Whenever the war ends in our favor. We ain't going anywhere, baby. We ain't going anywhere. None of us are. None of us and our 6 fingers. We are staying out here in the streets. That's what we're doing. And this has been a real fake news update, not brought to you by Pfizer. All right, we're moving on. Really appreciate your guys' engagement. We're seeing some great interactions right away. We're looking forward to getting back to you guys soon and having some dialogue, because you guys, we don't just want you sitting there with the popcorn, being entertained, or what do they call it? The edutainment. That's entertainment and education together. We're more than that. We want you guys hands-on. It's activism time, guys. We're not just doing the doom and gloom reporting. We are giving you guys the tools. You can go out there and engage with your friends, family, colleagues, anybody that uninvited you to Thanksgiving during COVID, whatever the fallout you might have had. Now's the time. Come together. Bring up the Epstein list. Bring up the Iran war. Bring up the thing that you might get their attention. Hey, you want to talk about 9/11? That thing you thought was done by 19 guys with box cutters? Did you want to re-look at that? Let's have a discussion, shall we? Cenk Uygur wanted to have a discussion about that, and he waited, 20-something years, right? So maybe one of your family members, friends, or colleagues also is ready to have that discussion. Just throwing it out to you guys. So keep that in mind when we move on with the rest of the show today. Without further ado, let's go ahead and bring in our co-host for today. You know him, you love him. Please welcome back to the homeless left, Craig Pasta JARDULA.
I want to have those discussions with you, Maddie.
Oh, yes. I love that you do, my friend. We love having those discussions. And by the way, let's point this out too. Discourse is okay. Having different opinions is okay. We go for what? We go for understanding. That's the key. We ain't going out there to win the argument, win the fight. You're wrong. I proved you wrong, you piece of F. That's not what we're doing. We're going for understanding. And I think that's the key. And you guys understand that out there, that's how we reconnect with people. We understand where they're coming from. If they voted for someone different than you, they're not a domestic terrorist. By the way, you're not a domestic terrorist if you voted for a different color on that little ballot. Let's just be clear here. Both sides like to do the domestic terrorist thing, right? They like to do the January 6th, we're domestic terrorists. And now if you're in Minnesota standing up against these psychopath ICE agents, you're a domestic terrorist. Come on, enough with the domestic terrorist shit. And let's just, I don't want to say agree to disagree. It's more than that. We're going for understanding. Why did you get in the street? What was the thing that got you there? Let's ask those questions of our fellow neighbor, our fellow family member, our fellow colleague and friend. That's all I'm saying. So, great. How you doing today on this lovely, peaceful, what could go wrong type of Thursday?
Well, thank you. I mean, you're actually kind of stating the work I did in Minnesota, where I asked people what got you in the streets. They say you're paid. No, I'm not paid. Well, what got you here? We asked those questions, and then we built up enough evidence where we can say, hey, maybe on the conservative side, maybe the James O'Keefes and, you know, the Donald Trumps and the Jack Posobics, or all those people who claim that these protesters are getting paid without proof as well, right? You talk about like the whole thing. We have the receipts. We have the evidence. Oh, you say that all these babies were murdered. You can't show us. You got to go in a private room and whatnot. Maybe they, in that same room, that private room is where they have the pay stubs for all the paid protesters that we never see or are never shown, right? Like all these paid protesters, but there's no proof of income whatsoever. We have no paper trail, thousands and thousands of protesters. I mean, it's ridiculous. So that is a lot of the work I'm doing. And Matt, if you would allow me to, at the end, before you kick me off, I have a 30-second outro I would love to read, because it encompasses so much what you said about canceling people, the domestic terrorists and stuff, and what we actually stand for. The reason why I think we're working together today is that we want to have those conversations. And I would just say that right now, I think my days are numbered over at WBAI, because I'm not a tribalist. And, you know, there are excuses that will be made, and you'll hear other reasons. But because I am not a tribalist, I think that, and people like us who are not tribalist, who will not compromise on their principles, will tell the truth when we have to, right? We're the ones who are going to be demonetized, shadow banned, and silenced the most still going forward, because they want the tribal behavior, because it really plays into what they're trying to do. Because while we have this tribal behavior where people are really trying to convince, I think my latest tweet was, the Trump cult wants you to believe that bombing people in Iran and starving people out in Cuba is actually bringing them freedom. Like, this is batshit crazy. I'm so glad you played that clip, because that was one of the clips that have been in my mind. I mean, I've been on top of tracking the infrastructure, the energy infrastructure issues, because that's happening. My source in Iran told me, he goes, bro, go fill up your gas tank tonight, because it's going to be expensive this morning. Sure enough, it was up 25 cents this morning when I went to the gas station. I should have went last night. And all I have to say to people is, we're going to do the show. We're going to be talking about stuff. You've been doing amazing work here on this channel, Matt. Things are going to get worse before they get better. I mean, I still cannot believe, and I think that the Samson option is probably on the table, meaning that Israel can use nukes, that they might do that. Because I don't believe for a second they got into this not knowing what was going to happen. Or maybe there's a bigger plan where the oil is so hard to get that all the small farms, all the small companies close, and now we get to big conglomerates because they're the only ones who can afford the energy. I don't know what's in store for us, but I do think for a fact, Matt, it's going to get worse before it gets better.
Yeah. And I think you're right. And I think we're prepared for that. We're not getting caught off guard here. We've been following this whole time. And you guys know out there, you've been following this. You've been doing the hard work too. We want to give you guys a shout out, because we know how hard it is day to day to have all this information, to have done all this work. And you got people that haven't looked into it, that still think it's a red versus blue. We got to beat the other team. No, we are in a battle against the PDFs, right? We're in a battle against the billionaire warmongering psychopaths. And once we understand we're on the same side, it's going to be a lot easier to navigate. And as Pasta is saying right now, it is going to get worse before it gets better, but at least it could get better when we fight. We're going to fight this battle together. Let's all be homeless together. Right now, we have a lot to get into. I want to get to the Tulsi thing, but first, I think this kind of qualifies as some breaking news, because a lot of this kind of came into fruition last night, and I thought we should pretty much start with the South Pars situation. So I'm gonna go ahead. I didn't type a banner for this. We don't need it, but I'll play in our little jingle, because this does feel like breaking news right now. Here we go. We have some breaking news. It seems that the South Pars facility, oil provider in the area that is in where it was targeted by Israel. It looks like it was targeted by Israel, but U.S. and Israel are aligned on this topic, obviously doing this, bidding together for the Greater Israel Project. This might have been a line that was just crossed. This was tweeted out by Adami Media yesterday. Israel and Trump have escalated. So 70 to 75% of Iran's natural gas supply has come from the South Pars field, and the Epstein coalition have bombed it. That's 80% of Iran's electrical grid is powered by natural gas. Now, here's where it gets a little crazy, and this is what Paz was saying earlier. It looks like it's going to get worse before it gets better. Iran has promised to retaliate if its energy infrastructure is attacked by wiping out infrastructure across the Gulf, which would send prices and everything soaring. This was another massive, and we'll quote this in air quotes, mistake. Let's look at this is the initial shot of the damage that happened yesterday. Yeah. And I think, and this is the more telling part, and I'm going to get to Trump's tweet because he had to respond to this.
Truth Social post.
Yeah, the social, well, whatever you want to call it.
Same thing, right?
Same thing. We'll get to his truth, his truth, truth social post in a second here. Here is Iran's response, and this is important. Pay attention to this one. So saying in the name, okay, wait, you know what? I got to slow it down. Sometimes they go faster than we would like. Okay, we'll start that one again here. Okay, the American Zionist war machine, which was halted by the bravery of the valiant men of Islamic Iran in July, is now on the path of collapse. As stated, any action taken by the U.S. will be officially, shoot, I went too fast there, would be officially announced, okay? This is a decisive warning to the criminals who attacked Iran's critical infrastructure and energy facilities in the South. As a result of this action, the infrastructure, energy, and gas facilities at the source of the aggression will burn at the first opportunity and turn to ashes. To the cowardly army of criminal America and the savage Zionist regime, we declare you have no choice but to sacrifice your soldiers and throw your reputation to the wind. The throats of your commanders and soldiers are under... Shoot, hold on. Are under the... Shoot, man. Keeps cutting ahead here. My bad.
Okay. Pretty much what he says is that
the boots of the warriors of
all
Islam.
the energy infrastructure is up for grabs. It's now an open target for them. That's pretty much what he's saying, that they're going to retaliate now because they weren't doing that in the beginning of this war. And obviously, you know, there's a lot of symbolism when these guys speak and, you know, talking about the whole situation. But it's all about the fact that now that you hit us and, you know, and by the way, South Pars was controlled halfly by Qatar and half by Iran. They both benefited from it, and it was under the water in the Gulf. For them to do that, they said, now we're going to hit energy structures on you. And that would lead into the Truth Social post and everything by what Trump talks about, which really does sound like a whiny bitch. But
do you want to get to the Truth Social? Let's get to
I don't think I mean, they pretty much just said it, you know, he went the long way of saying you hit our energy infrastructure. The regional energy structure is now a target. So,
well, let's break this down because there's a lot going on in this tweet, and I think ultimately, and I'll give you my conclusion before we read it. My conclusion is it's total chaos in the tweet, complete contradictions everywhere. But I think I know what he's trying to achieve. He might have with his little tiny base. But let's look at this. So Israel, now here he is separating himself, separating us from Israel. When convenient. We saw this back at the 12-day war, right? We saw there were these moments where he said we had nothing to do with this. So here he goes. Israel out of anger. So he knows the motive too. We had nothing to do with this, but here's what happened. He's going to break it down psychologically. Israel out of anger for what has taken place in the Middle East has violently lashed out at a major facility known as South Pars gas field in Iran. A relatively small section of the hull has been hit. The U.S. knew nothing about this particular attack. and the country of Qatar was in no way, shape, or form involved with it, nor did it have any idea that it was going to happen. Unfortunately, Iran didn't know this. Now, this is where he draws a little cover for Iran in this very weird kind of, hey, you just did something horribly violent, but we understand you didn't know. So we're setting it straight. So you didn't have any of the pertinent facts pertaining to the South Pars attack. And then he says unjustifiably and unfairly attack the portion. Okay, so that is a contradiction in that one sentence. You attack the portion of the Qatar's LNG gas facility. This is where he gets with the caps. No more attacks will be made by Israel. How can he say that? He just said he had nothing to do with this one, but yet he can dictate that there won't be any more. Okay, pertaining to this extremely important and valuable South Pars field, unless Iran unwisely decides to attack a very innocent, in this case, Qatar, in which instance the U.S., with or without the help or consent of Israel, will massively blow up the entirety of the South Pars gas field at an amount of strength and power that Iran has never seen or witnessed before. I do not want to authorize this level of violence and destruction because of the long-term implications that it will have on the future of Iran. But if Qatar's LNG is again attacked, I will not hesitate to do so. Blah, blah, blah. Attention to this blah, blah, blah. Wow. Wow. So how can he at the same time separate and then dictate what Israel's going to do or not do, and then come in with this big warning that he's just going to annihilate the whole thing? So that I think, Craig, that this was by design, giving people that are still holding on to that Trump has taken this 6D chess approach to his first year, which is obviously a complete lie and it's delusion if you think that. But if you were in that camp of delusion, you might think this is some strategic, multi-layered, intelligent approach to how to handle this. So, which we know it's not. But what is going to be the result of this type of strategy, which is completely contradicting itself all over the place? And by the way, who actually is in charge here? And I know we've had this discussion before, but Craig, what are your thoughts on this tweet and what's happening?
Yeah, I mean, this is Trump again crying out. He's been crying out about the Strait of Hormuz, begging for all the Europeans to get more involved, NATO forces to get more involved to help them reopen it. And they're like, dude, we're not getting in there. We're not going to get our people killed. You started this stuff. Go right ahead. I mean, that's kind of the attitude. It's not open. It's closed. And now we see this oil field being hit. I mean, and once again, this does seem like, Israel is trying to escalate this to another level, to where the United States might overreach and go crazy. It might be part of the whole plan the whole time. Like I've said, for me, you can't convince me that Israel or the United States didn't understand or know the firepower capable and the retaliation capable of Iran. They had to have known. And the 12-day war should have given them a little piece of what's going on. So for me, I always felt like the Samson option was always on the table, and it seemed like there are people itching to use that option, because what choice do they have out of this?
Yeah.
On the other point, the other side, if you're just looking at this on face value and you just listen to what the Iranians said, you played one of their the military personnel, and they've been stating too as well, we don't care. If you hit our energy infrastructure, we're going to hit the regions. And the regions are up for grab. They have American military bases on their lands. They have, satellite systems, which the Iranians have, pretty much destroyed. So they said, if you're going to do this, we're going to do that to you. So the world is going to be going, what's going on? I mean, you do hear voices like in Spain, right, screaming at America, like, yeah, we're not getting involved with this anymore. You guys have gone too far. Now this is going to cost us crazy. There's going to be a shutdown. There's going to be chaos, energy crisis all around. Iran struck back and hit Qatar's successfully, their biggest natural gas plant inside Qatar, right? Yeah. And I think the king, the monarch, he was on, he had a press conference. He's almost crying out right now. You know what I'm saying? So this is escalating things to another level. I have my tweet over there that when I got off the phone, what was going on, because my source called me in Iran. He goes, listen, dude, go buy gas tonight if you can. It's going to get crazy because this thing is elevated to another level. This is all breaking news. It's one thing to have war, to be bombing Iran, to be going back and forth, them hitting satellite systems. When you start going after the energy infrastructure, when the Strait of Hormuz was already closed down.
Yeah.
You're talking about serious escalation, Matt.
Yeah.
And this might affect all of us, right?
Everyone is affected by this. Everyone. You might be able to make a case that China might be the least affected. Maybe Putin, as far as is in a power position.
Yeah.
That's it. So you have Russia and China. Everywhere else, there's no way out of this right now. And I think you're right about filling up your tanks. And I've been saying get a Prius or get some if you can afford a Tesla.
Get a horse and buggy.
Yeah. Or get those running shoes on and start jogging to where you need to go. Get some exercise while you're doing it. I think that might be where we're at. Do you want me to put the tweet
Share
up
the
here?
tweet, because there is another point to this too as well, where people start talking. And I'm going to read this tweet real quickly, Matt, but there's a point of this because I'm trying to fit everything in, and I'm trying to not sound biased. I'm not trying to take a side. I'm trying to actually sound like a reporter. Breaking: Iranian media is reporting 1,500 Iranians killed in the U.S.-Israeli bombing. So I wanted to report that because that's what their media is reporting, while also touting their 63rd wave of strikes on regional energy infrastructure as a success. We don't know the full extent of what they've hit. Parts of Saudi Aramco are hit. What's the word? They told all their employees to get the hell out of Saudi Aramco. That is like $1 trillion oil refinery over there. They hit it. I don't know how successful they hit it. They've been parts of it hitting it. Look for the Houthis to jump in from Yemen now, because this is getting out of hand. More importantly, reports suggest newer, more advanced weapons are now in play. Yeah. We've been telling this to people before, and you still see a lot of people, even on the bottom of this tweet, this guys go off and then people start arguing, and they really believe the lines that are given to them. The Air Force from Iran is decimated. The Navy is no longer. We're getting all their missile launchers. Matt, they only got a piece of what's going on. They're starting to roll out right now their newer weaponry. Iran has a lot in the tank, and this is not going to end the way the Americans think it's going to end. This is serious. Yeah. So they said they have new weapons in place. So if confirmed, energy markets can react. Prices will be heading up. We saw it today. Yeah. Gas was up 25 cents here in Florida. Literally, it was over $4 a gallon. And it was just over $3 a gallon. Now it's going up over fucking night. We haven't heard, just like the fact is, and I think it was Robert Barnes who made a tweet, retweeted something where they're now not allowing TVs or newspapers or press to come in to see the coffins coming home. And I think in his tweet, he says, we're now at the hide the coffins part of this war, what's going on. So there are certain things that have not come out, Matt. The total of American deaths haven't come out correctly. The damage on the infrastructure over there hasn't come out. The Strait of Hormuz is still closed. And yet you have these idiots touting what Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump is saying. They are leading us down a dark, dark fucking hole. I don't care what anybody says. This is the worst president of all times, that he has entered us into this fucking war right now, knowing what Iran is capable of and what they're doing.
Yeah, but the Israel playbook has been the same the whole time. It has been the say the exact opposite of the thing that you're doing. Say the exact opposite of the thing we're looking at, and just keep lying and doing the opposite. Whether it's a fake ceasefire agreement, whether it's just making up claims about babies' heads in ovens, whatever it is, they just do that same playbook, and that's why I think they can get away with it if they just follow the lead of the people who are basically are running our foreign policy and been running it for 40 years. Netanyahu wanted this thing for 40 years. He finally got his wish. He's got the thing, and this was the president, like you said, we call him the worst one ever, but he's the best one to Israel they've ever had. They wanted this. Well, guess what? They got what they asked for. This is just in the last 24 hours as well. This is I believe this is Iran who is now taking maybe a slightly different approach and not being so careful about the citizens that might be affected in Tel Aviv when they go after their targets. Because now we know, and this was from yesterday, that there was darkness in the city of Tel Aviv, dangerous attack by Iran. There was hypersonic air-to-air missiles dropped. They're saying at least 600 plus soldiers wounded, more than 150 sent to hell in this tweet. That's a nice depiction of what is being described here. The footage clearly shows utter devastation. We'll play that in a second. This is a different news source from Al Jazeera, breaking news this morning, that 177 have officially been hospitalized in Israel in the last 24 hours, that they're willing to admit. And you said, like, we hide we hide our injuries and deaths. They're obviously hiding stuff as well. That, again, we take our lead from them as far as how they report on numbers. But here's some actual shots from Tel Aviv. And remember, guys, if footage gets out of Tel Aviv right now, they're breaking the law because Israel is not allowing media to report on anything going on in Tel Aviv. No visuals allowed. So these visuals are illegally put out publicly, and we got them for you right here. Here's a few of them.
Did you get to Ben Gurion Airport from Patrick Henningsen? They were also hitting Ben Gurion hard last night.
Oh my God!
They were hitting Ben Gurion Airport really hard. So I'm wondering if somebody looked up if there's any flights canceled because
for sure they're not letting them out.
No way.
Yeah. And then again, our military. You mentioned our deaths. How would they not? There's no way we're getting those right. That's why these funerals are going to be no press allowed. Right? We're taking the cue from Israel. No press allowed. Everything's in closed doors. It's secret, secret, secret. Why? Because we'll have these numbers. I got to tell you, I was thinking like the knock you get on the door if you're a mother, father, and you have to be told that news. And we know that drill. It's depicted in all the great war films that make us the greatest generation of what is it? The World War II movies. We know the knock, the Saving Private Ryan knock. 3 of your sons are dead. We're going to save the 4th one. So that's a hard knock to get on your door. Imagine getting that knock on your door. Your son is dead, ma'am. One more thing we need to let you know. You are not allowed to say anything about it right now. Give it a couple.
What about
years.
your husband's dead too, right?
Your husband's dead too. You can't tell anyone or you're breaking the law. We are officially making you officially. We're not even make you sign it. We're telling you you have an NDA clause in place. We're going to do you can go to the funeral for your loved one, but you cannot report on it. You certainly can't do anything on social media. And we can't report because we can't report the numbers. So your son is still out there fighting the good fight. Wink, wink. That's where we're at now. And it's
remember when I told you maybe this for our investigative reporting, we should try to get some ICE agents off the record on camera. Maybe now we have to get some mothers or husbands or wives or anything like that, on camera now too as well, because it does seem appear like they're going to try to hide these numbers. I think they're hiding them right now.
They're hiding them right now.
They're trying to hide everything. They're trying to hide everything. Yeah. Like, I don't even know what's going on with the USS Gerald Ford. Like, somebody said that it was on fire. And that's the thing right now. It's so confusing. Is it AI? Is it this? Donald Trump says it's AI. But there are AI pictures out there. So it is kind of crazy. We are in war propaganda right now. But it's nuts. By the way, remember that you were talking about movies. Remember A League of Their Own?
Yes.
Like towards the end, they walk in and the guy's holding American flag. And these are all girls from the girls' baseball team. And all of them are like looking up because they know one of them is going to be given that flag. Your husband's been killed in action. And
that's right. Yeah.
It was an emotional scene. And even though it's a movie and it was written in, that shit's real. That shit's real.
That's not,
what I'm saying? Not only the fact that we're talking about a lot of kids will come home that weren't killed, but what's their life like when they get back here, Matt, and they're all fucking mentally fucked up from the PTSD and they're addicted to drugs or whatever they get? Because, what I'm saying, they don't have enough resources to give these guys the right psychology they need or the social time they need to go in and speak to them, the therapy they need, what I'm saying? Let alone there's a lot of lack of therapy for, our veterans and men alone. I mean, what are they going to do? They're just going to throw them on fucking antidepressants, and these kids are going to fucking go crazy and end up killing themselves. The suicide deaths for soldiers is still like in the 20s every single day, and that's from minimal stuff. You know what this shit's going to do? Iran has been bombing hotels where they're at because they also know the UAE and fucking Qatar, those are monarchies that are not going to turn, right? The way they're culturally set up, a lot of rich people go there, whatnot, but who's going to want to go there now?
Yeah.
Their tourism is going to fucking take it. Their hotels are getting bombed. You know what I'm saying? There's so much that's going to happen regionally with this stuff going on. So much with the energy sector. We are going to be so affected. And like you said, Matt, the flags given to the mothers, the wives, That is fucking a tragedy that we should not be going through.
Okay, we are in the middle of the chaos right now, guys. Welcome everyone to the Homeless Left. You're finding us on YouTube. Welcome. We have some good numbers going on there. I also want to point out, Due Dissidents, we got a Rumble raid. So thank you guys for coming on over from Due Dissidents, and we're here to engage with you in the homeless space. We are critical thinkers here. I'm Matt Weinglass. It's Craig Pasta JARDULA.
Matt,
yeah.
Can you send some love to Keaton? He just lost his mom the other day.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I spoke to him yesterday on the phone, and I told him how much it's awesome to get a Rumble raid, and I'm always usually on with Matt when it happens, and it's so exciting, and he was very happy about that. But he just lost his mother the other day, so I just want to send some special love out to Keaton, and also Shanda Masta, who's not in the greatest of conditions. I want to send love out to Shanda Masta. And her battle. A lot of sad stuff going on. Sorry for bringing that up. While the Rumble raid was here, I thought it was important.
It's good to acknowledge the struggles, and our hearts and our prayers or whatever, wherever you guys are at. Homeless Left fam, we're with Keaton, we're with Sandra, we understand that life is a struggle and we have to keep going, but we got each other's backs, and so we're just sending positive vibes as much as we can right now. But we have to keep doing the work. So we're going to get back to it. And I think we had time before, because I only got Danny coming in soon here, but I want to do the Tulsi story. I know you guys.
By the way, could you just show that last tweet? It would take 2 seconds, but it's really important because I think it puts a bow on what's going on. People have to understand when I talk about those new weapons in play, they're in play. And remember, they manufacture their own weapons. And this is what did Iran hit tonight? Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. The port of Saudi Arabia, Aramco refinery, and Bahrain. They bombed those two bridges. And by the way, Bahrain is different than Qatar and UAE and the other monarchies. Most of the people there are Shia. Eventually, they're going to go back to the homeland of Iran. They're going to have an uprising in Bahrain. Mark my words. They hit the liquid natural gas out there, whatnot. In Qatar, they hit the Ras Laffan, the most important facility. And then the occupied territory, they hit Tel Aviv yesterday, Haifa, Ben Gurion Airport, all these other things. This is going to get hairier before it gets calmer, Matt. I just want to point that out because it's going to get bad.
Yeah. Oh, man. And we have a shout out to Keaton. We're terribly sorry for your loss, thinking of him and his family. Oh, man. Man, we have got, isn't that, I'm just taking a step here, man, because it's like we're dealing with literally, we're in the middle of the end of the world, and we're trying to fight for humanity, and then we also have to deal with our personal struggles as well, and just get each other's backs. I'm just trying to take a moment with that. Okay. Well, this next story is not very funny, but it is kind of like we saw it coming. Yeah, let's get it. Let's get to it. We know Tulsi Gabbard. We know that she's not the thing she claimed to be. We know she likes to, cut out to Hawaii when she doesn't want to deal with anything or say anything, or she's just going to lay low. We knew she'd come out of hiding at some point because she had to. She was going to have to answer some questions here about how the hell did we end up doing the exact thing that you, as the director of national intelligence, told us we didn't actually need to do, and we're doing it. So what the hell, what the F is going on, Tulsi? Well, she had to sit down and be questioned about this the other day. Here's something that I think stood out to me right away when she's talking about the enemies we need to look at. Watch this language here, because this is important.
However, the intelligence community assesses that Russia, China, North Korea, Iran, and Pakistan have been researching and developing an array of novel, advanced, or traditional missile delivery systems with nuclear and conventional payloads that put our homeland within range.
So she's just going through the entire list of be afraid, everybody that wants to kill us. They all have the ability to do it. She's just lying and saying garbage. But when she says the word homeland, that's what stuck out to me. Does she mean, because she can't possibly mean us. That's literally impossible for them to hit us with whatever weaponry they have ready for us. A lot of that is pretty close to impossible. Does she mean homeland us, or does she mean homeland Israel? At this point, it's hard to even tell what she means by our homeland. What's going on?
She means the United States. Because
I'm being sarcastic. I'm saying, what are you talking about? You're using.
Got it. I thought you were asking.
Yeah.
I thought you were asking a serious question, man.
I mean, it's like the language that she's choosing. It just makes you think, who are you working for? You might as well just say I'm on Team Lindsey Graham at this point, right? Because you would just come out and say that you're working on behalf of our greatest ally. Just say that. It's okay. Everyone else says it. When they say it, I almost like you give them a little more respect. The fact that they're willing to take,
I do think that speech was directed more towards the Western kind of empire mentality, not as much as like the Israel stuff, because they would do mentioning stuff like North Korea can already hit us, Iran will be able to hit us.
Yeah.
And, you know,
Iran will be. Right.
So I think she represents a different department of the whole global elite fucking ruling class. Who knows? I don't know. It's she can just blame all this stuff, Matt, on the fact that this is the intelligence she was given by the CIA and whatnot, right? And meanwhile, she hasn't been anywhere. They said DNI. She's the DNI chief, which stands for do not invite. Like she was never asked to become involved and get involved with anything. Yeah. And here she is, but she spewed all the bullshit that she was once against, that she once spoke out against. I mean, hearing her speak in 2020 on that debate stage as compared to now is it's sad. You know, I was close with that campaign. I was close with Tulsi. I know. Tulsi came to my house and did an interview in my studio, and now she's what us Italians call persona non grata, fallen from grace.
Yeah. And we did see it coming. This isn't come out of nowhere, but
it's been a while.
Let's just watch some of this body language. She's actually gets grilled here, and I liked seeing the grilling that happened. And this is technically she knew what she was walking into, right? She came into it's a worldwide threat hearing. Like you are the director of national intelligence. You need to answer some questions. So check out some of this and watch some of her body language here.
Assessment of the intelligence community is that Iran's nuclear enrichment program was obliterated by last summer's airstrikes.
Yes.
In the opening statement you submitted to the committee last night also stated, quote, there has been no effort since then to try to rebuild their enrichment capability, end quote, correct?
That's right.
And that's the assessment of the intelligence community.
Yes.
The White House stated on March 1st of this year that this war was launched and was, quote, a military campaign to eliminate the imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime, end quote. That's a statement from the White House. Quote, the imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime. Was it the assessment of the intelligence community that there was an imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime?
Tulsi, blink 10 times if you want us to ring your cell phone if you want to pretend you're having a family emergency. We can do it right now. Pasta has your direct line right now. Blink 10 times if you need us to do something. I'll have him make the call right now.
The intelligence community assessed that Iran maintained the intention to rebuild and to continue to grow their nuclear enrichment capability.
Was it the assessment of the intelligence community that there was a, quote, imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime, yes or no?
Senator, the only person who can determine what is and is not an imminent threat is the president.
False. This is the worldwide threats hearing where you present to Congress national intelligence, timely, objective, and independent of political considerations. You've stated today that the intelligence community's assessment is that Iran's nuclear enrichment program was obliterated and that, quote, there had been no efforts since then to try to rebuild their enrichment capability. Was it the intelligence community's assessment that nevertheless, despite this obliteration, there was a, quote, imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime? Yes or no?
It is not the intelligence community's responsibility to determine what is and is not an imminent threat.
Okay.
That is up to the president based on a volume of information that he receives.
It is precisely your responsibility to determine what constitutes a threat to the United States. This is the worldwide threats hearing where, as you noted in your opening testimony, quote, you represent the IC's assessment of threats. You are here to represent the IC's assessment of threats. That's a quote from your own opening statement. And so my question is, as you're here to present the IC's assessment of threats, was it the assessment of the intelligence community that, as the White House claimed on March 1st, there was a, quote, imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime? Yes or no?
Once again, Senator, the intelligence community has provided the inputs that make up this annual threat assessment.
You won't answer the
It
question.
is the nature of the imminent threat that the president has to make that determination based on a collection and volume
You're here
of
to be
information and
timely.
intelligence that he is provided with.
You're here to be timely, objective, and independent of political considerations.
Exactly what I'm doing.
No, you're evading a question because to provide a candid response to the committee
To
would
cover for your
contradict
president.
a statement
Yeah.
from the White House.
So are we looking at, is this like a humiliation ritual? What the hell did she think was going to happen when she walked in there? I mean, she has no choice, right? Is that where we're at? This is the end of her career, right? She can never run for anything ever again, right? Are we done?
No,
with
I mean, I think she is planning on running as a Republican down the road, or like an independent with Republican leanings with Joe Kent. She's trying to give herself enough wiggle room where she can talk her way out of it. Look, this is the assessment I was given by the intelligence community. Now, an intimate threat is different than a threat. An intimate threat is the only can be made by the president of the United States. So, you know, we did understand that even though we destroyed their capability to launch a nuclear missile at that time and halted that program, they wanted to restart that program. And the president made the decision to say they can't redo that anymore. And that's why he decided to attack. So she's trying to find herself wiggle room to get out of it. She hasn't positioned herself as well as Joe Kent, who resigned and said, yo, we're going to war for Israel. And the reason why, the one slip up that Marco Rubio had gave Joe Kent the opportunity and the lane to go occupy and look like he's the actual America First person, right? I appreciate what he did. It's kind of like obvious day on Camp Stupid that you should have done that. You know, he shouldn't be looked upon by anybody on the left as the next president. I'm sorry, just because he did that move. I do appreciate it. We have to separate the two, because when you hear he could be our next president, no, shut the fuck up, right? Walk out of that because of that.
We're not. Yeah,
we're obvious day on Camp Stupid.
Yeah,
yeah.
It's
What
good
I'm just trying to say is that Tulsi hasn't positioned herself, but she's trying to leave that wiggle room to find a way out of this so she can run either as a Republican or as an independent conservative leaning. And she might even run with Joe Kent because they were friends down the road. So I don't know, Matt. I don't think her career is over, not in this political climate. Look at Donald Trump. People are still protecting him, and his fucking bullshit comes out of his mouth every single day. He's acting like a baby with this whole situation with Iran. Like, I can't believe you're not helping me open the Strait of Hormuz. What's wrong with you guys? You better not do that or I'm going to bomb you. It's like, dude, we're way past that, you fucking asshole.
Yeah.
Like, why are you fucking around and finding out? So, I mean, you would think it would be the end, Matt, but the position she's in, it's almost like Pam Bondi's position. And she handled it a lot better than a Pam Bondi.
She did handle it better than Pam Bondi, but that's such a low bar. Like that so she sat there and blinked a bunch and didn't answer a question. But the stuff being said was exact contradictions of herself, and there was no answer for it. And I think this clip's important. This is her job being challenged right here. Like, why do you even have a job?
Said that only the president, the only person who can determine what is an imminent threat is the president of the United States. Do you stand by that statement?
Yes, I do.
Director Ratcliffe, do you agree with that assessment? That the president is the only person that can determine if something is an imminent threat or not?
The president's commander-in-chief gets to make a decision about what's an imminent threat. The intelligence community,
reclaim my time. Reclaim my
intelligence
time.
community
Reclaim
has provided a body of intelligence that supports
the reason why
the decision
is that if the president can determine and ignore what you're doing, why do you guys even have a job? Why do you even advise them? So you're saying tomorrow the president of the United States can say China is an imminent threat, and then he can take his own. No matter what the intelligence says, he can take his own action. So that's what you're basically.
Well, Jimmy Gomez, right here from L.A. here.
But he's a piece of shit, right? Like, this
of
guy's
course,
an asshole.
He's a total
right.
piece of shit. But that's such an obvious assessment. Like, you have to say that on record. Say, why do you have a job? Like, it's an obvious. Like someone has to say it. So I'm glad.
But Matt, here's the thing: we've had this disagreement about who's pulling the strings or wagging the dog and whatever. We're kind of around the same spot. How come none of these people up there? Ratcliffe is a ultra fucking Zionist, and every fucking decision he makes, I mean, he goes to that fucking parliament, what is it called, the Duma or whatever the fuck it is, and goes and talks to those. I mean, why didn't anybody hit those positions like, hey, dude, are you doing this at the behest of Israel? Like that, even me, I would have hit that hard with Ratcliffe. and fucking Kash Patel. I mean, those guys are like, I mean, Kash is nothing compared. Ratcliffe is a fucking Mossad agent dressed as a CIA director. And none of them hit that angle. None of them did it. They just tried to make the people look stupid. They never went to the source of what the fuck the problem is. And that's the issue we have, you know, and not to mention, like, Matt, these people, like Susan Collins was shaking. Like, it's like, get rid of these people. We love you. You did a good job. Not really, but just get the fuck out and let somebody else get in here. These people don't want to let go of power. They want to control things, and they're set in their old school fucking ways. And it's just a dance to try to put it on the actual person. It's like WWE wrestling. Instead of talking about any of the source of the problem that we have right over here, and that is the issue. But here's the thing, too, Matt. The reason why I'm saying her career is not over. Yeah, she can never run for certain. She can never be a Democrat again and whatever. Can't run for that shit. But the Republicans and the voter base, they want to believe in enemies because they want to justify America's foreign policy forever.
Yeah.
It's justified. So they have to have this mentality. If we don't go and do what we're doing as an empire, China and Russia would fill that void. And Tulsi's kind of occupying that space and still thinking that she can clip off some independence. So, even with that awful performance yesterday, but it's like an impossible task. At least she didn't go, you know what, Mr. Gomez, the Dow is over 50. You know what I mean?
Well, I guess I'm saying, like, there was a part, like, a few years ago, if you remember, we all were at the Rage Against War rally. You know, she was the one that stood out as
she should have never been there.
What's that?
She should have never been there.
Well, you could tell when you were there. We could tell there was something off about her. Like, we could go up and we could approach people and talk. I mean, you guys were very approachable. All the amazing speeches, and you know, people like even like Jill Stein was coming up and chatting with us, and you know, Ron Paul was chatting with us. And then you go to Tulsi. You're like, hey, we should have you're like, no, you can't even touch this. This person was just this elite, just with her security team walking around all pompous. I'm saying, like, that she could still get away with it back then to show up and pretend she was against the war machine, right? Rage against. I'm just saying, from this point on, she can't show her face at that anymore. She has to change the brand.
She's done with that.
She can no longer say she's against a war machine. That's all I'm saying. Like, she can't pretend anymore. That part
the
is
anti-regime change candidate anymore. Absolutely not. I mean, she used to be the anti-regime change war. Let's end these useless, stupid regime change wars. That's why I matriculated to her. But everything she says right now is now flipped on its ass. And this is the new Tulsi, and she's just going along to get along. And you also mentioned something, Matt, I think is really important. It's no surprise to us. She's been doing this, having this behavior for quite some time. I mean, after the October 7th invasion of I don't want to say invasion, but after October 7th and all the craziness that broke out in occupied Palestine,
the Hannibal Directive event, you mean?
She came out, and what did she blame? She blamed Islamicists, you know, Sunni terrorism. It's the worst threat of all times, and she knows damn well she's been given plenty of information on the campaign trail when she ran for president, all the funding that went behind all these fucking jihadist groups, whatnot. I don't know if she can admit it because she spent some time. She enlisted after 9/11, and instead of going and looking at Israel and the role they had to play, she's now defending them. You know, and she defended them on Fox News after October 7th, and said that was the greatest threat to Americans when she knows it's funded by Americans, the CIA. So it's no surprise that she's at this position right now, and she's going to run with it because I think the avenue for her to be an opportunist that best would increase her status and her livelihood would be in the Republican Party. She can be a sane Republican of sorts. You know what I'm saying? That's only full of shit some of the time, not all the time.
Well, just for for the sake of reminiscing and just saying how things used to be. Obviously, it was an act back then, but you guys remember this old Tulsi of 2020. Check this one out.
Be clear-eyed about the situation that we are in, that inching closer, actually more than inching, speeding towards an all-out war with Iran would make the wars that we've seen in Iraq and in Afghanistan look like a picnic. It will be far more costly in lives, and American taxpayer dollars, and all towards accomplishing what goal? What objective? I think that's really at the crux of this decision that President Trump made.
Yeah. The interwebs are forever there. Pasta, that's all. I mean, so that's what I mean by, something's changed here. She can't come back to that. That's what I'm saying. She can't pretend anymore. She could get away with faking it back then.
Yeah.
She can't anymore. That's all.
And I'll be honest with you, if you see how she looked in Congress the other day, she doesn't look good. She looks weathered. She looks like
that's a good point.
She's stressed out, and I think that this job is stressing her out because she has to compromise on her values. She compromised on her principles, unlike us, who we say never compromise on your principles because it might not be the most popular. You might get censored. You might get shut out. You might lose your job. But, standing on your principles is one of the most important things, especially when you're in journalism, and especially when you're a policymaker. Yeah. She can't do that anymore. You know what I'm saying? And we understood that there would be some things that we wouldn't like, but I didn't think it would be to this degree and this bad. I mean, the fact that she's even taken this job, and quite frankly, Joe Kent, I think he beat her to the punch of resigning. Because then he provided that avenue to say, nope, this was wrong. I tried to get in there. I mean, she had every single opportunity, like they said.
She could.
DNI stood for do not invite. Like she's this woman. She's the head of she's the DNI director, national intelligence, and we're not going to have her here involved with anything. No. And then when she tells you that Iran's not a threat, you say, oh well, she was wrong. And then here we are again. Now she says the same thing, but then she has to backtrack on it and almost fucking endorse what Donald Trump is doing. It was an impossible task. It really sucks, but it just shows you the state of where we're at. Yeah. If you can't even get a Tulsi, who is an expert fucking talk, I mean, she's been groomed for this fucking shit.
Yeah.
The only thing we can say is she did better than Pam Bondi, but god damn, that bar is fucking low.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, I did.
Now.
Yeah. Right. Okay. So I think we can do one more part of this before Danny comes in here. So let's get to the other part of the story, where nobody saw this coming. Nobody saw that this administration was bad with budgeting stuff. That was weird. I thought they had put all the numbers together. They had a nice little budget. They presented it to their investors. We got to do that all the time when we make movies here. It's like, here's how much everything's going to cost. Well, no, they didn't do a good job. Here it is. The Pentagon is seeking more than $200 billion in budget requests for the Iran war. Yeah. Holy crap.
After $1 trillion budget, Matt.
After $1 trillion budget, that wasn't enough? Are you effing kidding me? No, this is true. This is true. Hegseth has confirmed they want another $200 billion for war. Nobody here really wants or understands. It's complete insanity. And he's going to announce this while blaming Biden for it. But believe it or not, this is all Biden's fault. We're completely off the rails. Check it out.
With Midnight Hammer. And what happened with that as well. As far as $200 billion, I think that number could move, obviously. It takes money to kill bad guys. So we're going back to Congress and our folks there to ensure that we're properly funded for what's been done, for what we may have to do in the future, ensure that our ammunition is everything's refilled, and not just refilled, but above and beyond. I mean, President Trump, as he said, rebuilt the military in his first term, didn't think he'd use it as dynamically in his second, but he had. So thank goodness he did that. And an investment like this is meant to say, hey, we'll replace anything that was spent. And now that we're reviving our defense industrial base and rebuilding the arsenal of freedom and cutting deals like our great deputy secretaries here is doing, long lead times on exquisite munitions, we're going to be refilled faster than anyone imagined. And I think, we're also still dealing with the environment that Joe Biden created, which was depleting those stockholds and not sending them to our own military, but to Ukraine, which is every time we reach back and look at any sort of a challenge we have, it goes back to, well, send it to Ukraine. Ultimately,
they're still sending money and weapons to fucking Ukraine.
Better spent in our own interests at this point, and this kind of funding bill is going to ensure that we're properly funded going forward.
Matt, we are fucked. I'm getting the fuck out of here, bro.
How could anyone in that room? Are you kidding me? And just for a perspective, Biden spent a total of $180 billion on Ukraine. Complete garbage. Obviously, warmongers got all that money and all the little side hustle deals with Lindsey Graham and all the rest, and all the that was all bullshit. Obviously that was all bullshit. But
the Pentagon asked for an extra $200 billion, not just a $200 billion for the war. They asked for an extra $200 billion, man.
And to be clear, like Foss is saying, you're still sending money to Ukraine on top of it. Wow, what the absolute nerve him, and to not have this done in advance, to just come out and say right away, here's what you have to wait 2.5 weeks in to tell us this. And he's stuttering now. The Department of War about death and destruction raining on Iranians is stuttering when he's trying to talk about numbers, because he can't justify the numbers. They make no freaking sense. Guess who else is stuttering right now? The Fed chair. Not for the same reason as Hegseth, but he seems to be very concerned about the petrodollar and our inflation situation. And things are looking grim. Check this one out.
But the implications of events in the Middle East for the U.S. economy are uncertain. In the near term, higher energy prices will push up overall inflation, but it is too soon to know the scope and duration of the potential effects on the economy.
That's another way of saying, basically, you're fucked.
Yeah.
Was that from Braveheart? Basically, Matt, you're fucked.
Yeah. And we mentioned earlier, like we talked about who's not affected by this. You were saying earlier in the last segment, Craig, about the overnight, literally overnight gas just going up like crazy. With no sense of how long this is going to be lasting. It's only going to keep going up. Everybody's affected. We mentioned that China and Russia might be the two that have a little different maneuvering power. The reason I mentioned China is because of the energy situation. They have been going away from oil this entire time, so they're in the best power seat as far as being affected overall. And here is I thought this clip was interesting when the idea that China should be very concerned about this relationship with the U.S. and this oil situation. But listen to this exchange. This is very interesting.
China will lose the U.S. market, which, as I've said, is 15%.
We don't care. We don't care. China has been here for 5,000 years. Most of the time, there was no United States, and we survived. And if the United States wants to bully China, we will deal with the situation without the United States. And we expect to survive for another 5,000 years.
Wow.
It's funny, Matt, that my source in Iran said after this that, he believes that the Islamic Republic is going to survive now for a lot longer for what the United States has done, because they nationalized and brought everybody out where they're done. And the fact is, he wanted to make a point to point out that Iran is doing this on its own. This ain't China or Russia helping them out. You know what I'm saying? China's provided some satellite imagery and whatnot, but the fighting they're doing in Iran is very different than when Ukraine is getting supported by the NATO countries and mainly the West using Western military might. Iran developed their own weapons, their own drones. They're the best at it. They're fighting on their own, and they're showing that, hey, that, the United States, along with Israel, might have, hegemony, right, over all these other countries in West Asia, but it's not going to happen with Iran. They can defend themselves. They can fight for themselves, and that is what is happening right now. And I think it's very important that they are doing that. Fiorella says all the time, they're fighting against the Epstein class. They're fighting for humanity pretty much, because if they get away with this, if Israel and the United States get away with this, then there's no resistance whatsoever, because unfortunately China and Russia are sitting on the sidelines. And they really are. Margaret Kimley made a fucking tweet towards Russia, like, are you going to bring oil to Cuba? Because please, we're done with you being full of shit. Do something. Stand up for your fucking allies over here. Instead, they're basically sitting on the fucking sidelines, and it's a shame.
Yeah.
But Iran doesn't want their help. Iran wants to do this on their own, and I think that's good.
Yeah.
So,
you know what? We might be able to squeeze one more in, because I think that we're having a little schedule.
No, somebody's coming. I'm sure he is. I just saw he's on
his way. We have so much content, guys. We got so much content to get to for you. We want to share everything here. I'm trying to think if we can maneuver something else in. You want to follow up on you guys? Did you guys cover Joe Kent over on Truthwire?
We did, but I mean, we have limited time, and I really do want to get your opinions.
Let's do that. I totally spaced out. We have to have this discussion.
This is important.
This discussion's important. It's kind of a through line to all of our shows, but now more than ever, let's talk about this term. You guys know this term, lesser of two evils. We believe that now is the time more than ever that we cannot let this narrative of we told you so. Kamala was going to be the lesser of two evils, and you guys thought that it didn't matter which one, and look what happened. We can't let that idea take any weight, because that's completely based on a falsity that you have this Democratic Party that has been trying to stop everything that Trump's been doing this whole time, when in reality, they've been doing the same shit. It's the same policy. Trump's just very much louder about it and faster about it. That's the only difference. So let's have this discussion. Craig, I'll pass it to you on this. Where are you in as far as that feeling, that energy coming from the other side right now, right?
Well, here's the thing, Matt. You know, you got yourself in trouble by hanging with me early in the homeless left's career, because they knew right away, like, okay. And like I said, I think my days are numbered over at WBAI. I really do. I'm the first time I'm saying this. If this got back to my boss, I'm sure whatever. But I don't believe in tribal behavior, and I believe in opening up and talking to people. And during the COVID era, there was a lot more conservatives that I aligned with, and they're thinking about what was actually happening. And it was kind of also unique to see the conservatives take the movement on the health industry and the health movement, right? It was all of a sudden the left was like, no, you know, it's okay for those people to be fat. They got to be accepted. Let them eat what they want, drink what they want, whatnot. Where it used to be opposite, you know, where Sarah Palin was saying, how dare Mayor Bloomberg put a ban on giant 48-ounce fucking sodas, whatever, right? But it flipped. And now a lot of that community are good friends, the people who tend to lean a little bit more conservative. My friend Miriam Hanen, right? She's one. She used to be a darling of the left. Now she's looked upon. They kind of ousted her now because of her opinions of what's going on. But at the end of the day, you know, we also agreed on freedom of speech. We now know they were lying, right? That we thought that censorship and whatnot, there was an alignment there, and also upholding the Constitution. So what I'd like to do, Matt, is I'd like to read what I close out my show with, because it really gives you an understanding of what I think we are pushing, right?
Yeah.
In other words, we can talk to people who think differently than us. It's not going to hurt us. It's the issue at hand. It doesn't make a difference who says it, what team or tribe. If it's a right statement, if it's a true statement, then it's true. If it's a false statement, it's false. But this, would you mind if I read 30 seconds really quickly of what I wrap up my show with?
Yeah, I want to make sure before you get to I there's a little pause there. Can you see me okay? Because I'm seeing a little.
I'm everything's clear on my side.
Oh man, why am I seeing you as a? Let me do that. I'm going to take you out. Okay, there. You're good. You're good now. That was every once in a while we get that little blip from StreamYard. But okay, let's go.
So this is what I say. I say, as we wrap up today's show, let's take a moment to reflect on the importance of diversity of thought and the peace we can cultivate with our neighbors. In a world that often feels divided, it's our differences that can actually bring us together. Every unique perspective, every story shared enriches our collective experience and fosters understanding. Remember, it's okay to disagree. It's how we handle those disagreements that truly matters. Let's embrace dialogue over debate, compassion over conflict. When we listen to one another, we open the door to meaningful relationships. By engaging with our diverse communities, we can find common ground and build bridges that promote peace. So I encourage you, reach out to someone with a different viewpoint. Share a meal, have a conversation, a cup of coffee, or simply listen. Let's create a ripple effect of kindness and understanding in our neighbors and beyond. Thank you for tuning in today. Remember, together, we can celebrate our diversity and pave the way for a brighter, more peaceful future. Until next time, keep the dialogue flowing and the peace growing. So, am I there?
This is okay. Hold on. Shoot.
Okay.
Are we okay? We have a little issue here. Let's see. For some reason, we're not. Hold on. You guys, are you seeing me? Let me see in the chat real quick. Are you guys seeing us? Okay. Pasta, I need you to come in and out one time, just to kind of do a little reset, and we'll get you back in. We'll finish.
I mean, you don't need me anymore, do you? I mean,
well, I don't know if everybody heard the end of that, because we had a little freeze in the middle. I could hear you, but you froze on the screen on my end.
Just you, Matt. You're the one. Yeah, I mean, okay. Bring me back in. You can't bring me back.
No, I needed you to get out and come in on your end, because it says you're on the stage right now, but you're not on the stage.
Okay.
All right. Little hiccup, guys. We get these all the time from StreamYard. It's not the internet. It's actually the platform that we're on, and we've been working on trying to fix that. Let's give Pasta back in here for a little wrap up. Let's do this.
Yeah.
We see you now, my friend. That was odd. That's and such an an intense moment. You were telling us this. Can you maybe go back and do the second half of that just so we can kind of
Sure.
get the big punch?
Sure.
One more time. Thank you.
Let me do it real quick. Let me find it right here. I said, as we wrap up today's show, let's take a moment to reflect on the importance of diversity of thought and the peace we can cultivate with our neighbors. In a world that often feels divided, it's our differences that can actually bring us together. Every unique perspective, every story shared enriches our collective experience and fosters understanding. Remember, it's okay to disagree. If it's the way we handle it, it's how we handle those disagreements that truly matters. Let's embrace dialogue over debate, compassion over conflict. When we listen to one another, we open the door to meaningful relationships. By engaging with our diverse communities, we can find common ground and build bridges that promote peace. So I encourage you, reach out to someone with a different viewpoint. Share a meal, have a conversation, a cup of coffee, or simply listen. Let's create a ripple effect of kindness and understanding in our neighbors and beyond. Thank you for tuning in today. Remember, together, we can celebrate our diversity and pave the way for a brighter, more peaceful future. Until next time, keep the dialogue flowing and the peace growing. And that is kind of the mentality I brought to that show and what I've tried to do. I've rejected the two parties. I've rejected the lesser of two evils. The last caller yesterday was upset and said, open up the conversation with, you're not going to tell me, Pasta, that things wouldn't have been better under Kamala Harris? And he was trying to make the argument that we needed to mitigate damage and not let a person like Trump come in there. And then he started talking about what was going on with ICE. And then I stopped him and asked him, I said, who deported more people, Donald Trump or Barack Obama? He refused to answer that question. I brought him back to it. And then he said, yeah, well, it's he just turned back people at the border as opposed to having Gestapos run through the streets, whatnot. And I get what he was trying to say, but at the end of the day, Donald Trump still infringed on people's due process and sent people back. He didn't allow people to have an opportunity to come in here, and he deported more people. That's just the crux of it. And wars, I was saying, what about the wars that were started by Joe Biden and Ukraine, Russia, which for some reason, Democratic voters who've played the tribal politics that we are so opposed to, Matt, have found a way to blame Russia as the fault of the United States having to prop up Nazis in fucking Ukraine. You know what I'm saying? So we argued about that. So, I mean, I did think, and in my mind, it was kind of funny because I was going to have a conversation with you about it. The woke left, right? We now have this No Kings Parade coming up. But excluding that corporately sponsored protest, when you have protest about Gaza, pro-Palestinian, anti-bombing, those were a group of woke leftists that, disagree with us on healthcare and the COVID situations. The anti-ICE movement, same people, woke, yes, but at least they got in the streets. So at this point, what has the right done except further push war? And can you make an argument to say, well, maybe the Democrats and the left is the lesser of two evils? They are woke. They have their select wars, but at least the voters will definitely get in the street when the time comes. I mean, I don't know, because I've seen mass rallies for the anti-COVID stuff, the anti-mandates, and that was from the right, and I thought that was so important. But these are discussions that need to be had. Is the left, and you look at things like immigration, unions, Latin America, global warming, can we not say, and some people will make the argument that the left in America, the synthetic left, I like to call it, but the Democrats are the lesser of two evils than the Republicans. And that's the argument the guy made. And he went as far as to say that I'm part of the problem, right? Like, I hate that kind of talk, and I don't believe that I'm his enemy, whatnot. And this guy kind of has that stance that you're the enemy. Like, I'm the enemy for not supporting the Democrats to keep Donald Trump in. And at a Pacifica radio show, he thought that I was way off, that's not what that radio show kind of represents. He didn't say those words, but he kind of came off in this position because a lot of the people who are on Pacifica do feel that the Democratic Party is the lesser of two evils. So it's just an argument or a discussion that needs to be had, because I still think rejecting the two-party system all along, because it's a two-party illusion, is really what still needs to happen.
Well, I would say this, and I think there's people out there that are having these similar conversations right now, on the radio, off the radio. They're having these conversations on their social media, at the dinner table. Friends, people, ex-friends, right? These relationships have suffered over this conversation. I would say to these people, and I would say to people watching us right now, The best thing you can put out there right now to battle this nonsense that there is no lesser to evil. The thing we need to battle isn't the hypothetical of what if Kamala was in, how it would be. No, that's not. We're not going to go down that path, because we understand that the essence of the policy of both parties are exactly the same. You have a different packaging because you're looking at a different demographic and you know how to get to them. You use peace and love and diversity when you push policy on the left. You use the fear of your homeland is in trouble. We have to protect the border. Be a man. Protect your family. Freedom isn't free. It costs $1.29. That's the kind of shit that gets the right excited, right? So we understand the methods, rather than wasting time trying to explain that because they don't understand that that's the same policy. I would go with this. This is the best argument to make the case. The best argument is, what type of people do we want to be when it's time to challenge power, specifically when it's time to challenge the people we voted for? And I would throw this to any Democrat that votes blue, no matter who. Where was your Joe Kent? Where was your Marjorie Taylor Greene? Where was your Tucker and Candace? You need to do better at calling people out in real time that you voted for, that you supported, that you gave money to. If you can't do that, you have zero accountability, and your minds have such a short attention span. It's not even funny. You have no memory of the 4 years of fascist policy of Biden. You have no memory of the lip service of rambling of this man with no ability to complete a sentence, didn't know how to get off a stage. And if you said that he had a problem with his capacity, they came back and said he had a stutter. What are you talking about? No accountability. We like seeing accountability on the right. I will give them that credit. I will say, you're not just calling this out after Trump's 4 years, you're calling it out in real time, the first year. I like that. And I think rather than laughing at that, because we know that, oh, buyer's remorse, look at all you on the right, that buyer's remorse. No, it's called having accountability. Get some of that on your left side as well, and then we can start to realize
they did. There were several people who resigned from the Biden administration over Gaza, right? There were a few people who did do that, walked away, and nobody high profile, but a lot of smaller people who was like, no, we're not going to do this no more. There were a lot of staffers for Democratic voters.
Away from Biden was at the end when it was time to run campaign time. It was campaign time, and Tulsi and RFK and the Elons, all those people came over.
There were staffers who left, a lot of staffers who left too as well, though. I think younger Democrats who said we're not going to do this anymore. So I mean, like I said, I don't want to equate the two. I still don't, because he's arguing that, you know, no matter what any way you look at it, that this is the lesser of two evils, because what is going on with Donald Trump right now is really, really bad. And they'll even argue to the point, like I said, about when it comes to, and I'm glad that you also pointed out there's a lot.
I'm pointing this out. Let me connect it really quick.
Yeah.
If you don't call them out, they can get away with it. So it's up to us to be loud, and then you can, because the Democrats will never be held responsible for what they did with COVID, the free speech problem. We were censored like shit. They don't have any memory of that. They think Trump's the only one censoring. They have no memory of starting a proxy war in Ukraine, of calling people domestic terrorists during January the January 6th.
Mandates.
They have no memory of all of the insanity of starting an effing genocide, blank check to Netanyahu. They have no memory of that because nobody called it out. So that's why the Democratic Party is just as dangerous right now, because you're going to go right back over there and say, yay, peace and fun. And you're going to go out to brunch because you had the first woman president. And it feels so good to drop bombs on people when it's a woman doing it.
Yeah.
So that's
I agree.
accountability.
I agree. But I think you see a lot of people equal to what's going on the left as far as making excuses for their team. You see a lot of that on the right. You know, that's an issue I have right now.
Of course they're making excuses.
Yeah.
Okay. But you have vocal people, the Marjorie Taylor Greenes. That's what you need. You need more of those on the left.
We didn't have any of those. We didn't have anybody who walked away from the party. Yeah.
Zero. They're all the squad. They do exactly what they're told to do. Mama Bear, exactly what they're told to do. And that's it. So Pasta, thanks for being here today. Great coverage today. A lot of moving parts. Thanks for staying on top of it with us. I'll let everyone know what you have coming up.
Tomorrow, Truthwire goes at 1 o'clock. Dennis Kucinich will be on with Fiorella and I tomorrow. I should say the great Dennis Kucinich. I want to talk about people who haven't, folded on their principles, right? Who have not compromised on his principles. Dennis Kucinich is one of those guys I can think of. he left the RFK campaign because of the problems with RFK's Zionism. So I do appreciate him. I got to meet him at Rage Against the War Machine. Great guy, unbelievable wife, great feeling. And I love the fact that he's still principled on what he does. And he also got made fun of a lot for saying that he thought he had a UFO experience. And now that they've declassified and said UFOs are real, I think a lot of people owe Dennis Kucinich an apology, but that was years ago. And we're just going to have a fun time tomorrow talking with him, even though it's a sad state of affairs here in the United States and the globe, that is. So go out there, guys, get yourself some gasoline because it's going to hit high, and have fun today on the show with the rest of the show. Can I say hi to that person real quick or
you know
no?
what? Yes, man. Let's go ahead. Let's go.
You guys have the same haircut.
I'll give him an intro. But you got to say hi. You got to say hi. Here we go. Here's Danny Shaw, everybody.
Woo. Hey, man, you guys got the same haircut there. That's awesome.
Yeah, I was asking Matt in the chat if I could say what's up to Pasta on your way out, and I'm just grateful to Pasta because I was live in an interview with him a few years back, and he's like, "But Danny, when you say right wing and you attack, where are you coming from?" And he was able to open me up more to this non-tribal, non-sectarian approach. So I'll always be grateful to that brother.
Wow, that's quite wow. That's nice. That's got to be nice to hear. I hope one day I get somebody said, "Hey, somebody comes out of the woodwork and tells me that because that's what we're doing. We're planting seeds, right? We're planting seeds, and then you go, "Oh, that aha moment." That's great to know when that happened for these issues when they happen to us. But yeah, very cool.
Well, I'm very glad that Danny Shaw is the person saying that because I love Danny's work. Danny, it's awesome seeing your Cuba piece go on the Gray Zone, get a lot of views, man, because nobody's getting on the ground and reporting that. So I think you're doing an amazing job, and you're one of my mentors. You actually that guy who does the work. It's kind of awesome. Like when you're in a country like Brazil, and Danny's like, "I'll see you later." And he just goes off to the favelas to do his own thing. And then he shows up later. It's like, this guy speaks the language. He does the work. I mean, it's just like, I'm glad that I was inspired you at that moment. But you've been inspiring me ever since I met you, Professor. And go kick some ass, buddy.
Appreciate you, brother. We'll talk soon.
Awesome.
Bye, Matt.
Right.
Bye,
Awesome.
Danny. You guys have a
Bye.
great show.
Thanks.
All right, guys. Well, moving on to our next conversation. Danny Shaw, it's great to have you here back at the Homeless Left. Love all of the work you've been doing, consistent with applying principle, looking into it, going on the ground, and being about humanity and all the causes and all the places you covered so well, Palestine and Haiti, and we're talking about Venezuela. We're talking about Cuba today. This is the work you started doing, and I know Pasta just mentioned this, the work on the Gray Zone, where you actually went on the ground to engage with the people there to find out what has been going on as a result of this siege by the U.S. that Cuba's been under. And it sounds like this is not something that just started when Trump got in. It sounds like this is something that has to do with the entire last, I would say, 3 to 4 decades. Is that something? I mean, obviously you knew that going in, but what so far going there and having this report done? What is the first takeaway you had as far as some of those engagements? Do the people in Cuba, do they understand that this is something that's been going on forever, or are they just getting upset about, or they're getting afraid of what's happening right now because of Trump?
Oh no, the Cubans know exactly when they became hungry. It was in 1991. The Soviet Union collapsed. East Germany had disappeared in those years. The entire Warsaw Pact, the socialist Soviet camp, disappeared, and Cuba was left alone. Cubans' caloric intake went from roughly 3,000 calories to 2,000 calories overnight in 1991. And that was the beginning of what Fidel Castro called at the time a special period in a time of peace. So everything that Cubans are going through right now comes on the heels of 35 years of an airtight blockade. This is not the first time that they struggle with a complete lack of oil, gasoline, electricity, food. But in my 31 years traveling to Cuba, being a student of Cuban society, of Cuban Spanish, I've never seen anything this intense. And one of my questions as I moved around Holguín and Santiago, I wasn't in Havana intentionally because Havana is not Cuba and Cuba is not Havana, in the sense that any tourism left, any foreign reserves left, of course, the capital city is going to be the one to suffer the least. That's not to say in the outskirts and in the barrios populares, in the ghettos or popular neighborhoods of Havana, there's not also extreme suffering. But the worst suffering would be in the south of the country, in Guantanamo, another province. That's where the U.S. military base is, in Las Tunas, and these other provinces that are completely forgotten. And I'll just, via this introduction, I'll just say, your audience might find this interesting. First time I went to Cuba, I went in 1995 as a 16-year-old youth, and I was the vocero. Vocero means the spokesperson for the U.S. socialist youth trying to break this blockade. So I love this slogan, a non-tribal approach, and that's why I gave Pasta that shout out and all the work that you've done. Interesting for me, I come from definitely a very leftist, very anti-imperialist background, but all the fissures and contradictions of our society have brought me more to this non-tribal approach. So super grateful for that.
Yeah. So I know you spent several days in Cuba, and you were documenting some of your experiences. Here's I guess this is, you had a discussion with a lot of people there. I know that there was an issue with the transportation crisis that's happening there, and that's affecting all of the small business, obviously. So there's like, you can't function as a society if you have no means to do that, because you have the electricity problem. The electric grid has completely collapsed now. I guess I got this from some of your coverage with the gray zone, which is awesome, by the way. I'm so glad you had an opportunity to do such in-depth work with them. But this is one of the shots you had discussing the medical problems there as well, as far as women getting any sort of treatment. And again, all these businesses are closing. It's pretty bad. Here's one of the clips from your coverage.
Surgeon I just met, a surgeon from the hospital, a doctor, and she can no longer work. The hospitals aren't functioning. There's no electricity. This was a theater. Eso fue un teatro. This used to be a theater. It's not functioning. One thing I've heard in Cuba, and this is heartbreaking, is we can't really have babies easy. Women don't want to have babies. It's too much. We don't have enough nutrition. We can't take care of ourselves. ¿Cómo vamos a cuidar a los niños? So I don't know the exact numbers, but between migration and everything, lots of despoblación, like a depopulation effect.
Depopulation effect. This is tragic. I can see in that shot, I can see the wear and tear it took on you just to be there the short time you were there. I can only imagine what these people are going through. What can you tell us when this transportation crisis, how that kind of unfolded, and how long does it take it to get this bad that it is right now?
Trump made the announcement on January 27th. It was an announcement to have a complete oil blockade on Cuba, tantamount to a regime change operation on Cuba. How can a small, underdeveloped society colonized for centuries and centuries by the Spanish Empire, the U.S., zoomed in 1898 to take over Cuba, Puerto Rico, Guam, and the Philippines? Cuba has, of course, tried to rebuild since the January 1st, 1959 revolution, but it's a country that doesn't produce its own oil. Something like 80% of food is imported. So it's a very, very dependent country. Cuba's intense problems also began when all of the support and solidarity and mutually beneficial support, because the Cubans sent so many different doctors to Venezuela, something like 12,000 doctors at their peak worked across the barrios populares of Caracas in Venezuela. So when all that help was cut off, you have the extreme suffocation, isolation, and starvation of a society that now officially is 10.5 million people, but always shrinking, always shrinking. When you talk to Cubans, they often say there's no way there's 10 million of us. It's, it's down to 9 million. So you do it, and there have been different demographic studies done. And I think on the left, our tendency is always to be like, the Cuban Revolution will never go down, and because we need reference points, we need those estrellas brillantes, we need to look at shining stars of hope for humanity. I mean, these are such dark, apocalyptic moments. I mean, if people haven't felt pains in their chest or insomnia, since really 2023 in October, with the colonial Holocaust against the Palestinian people kicking into high gear, accelerated gear, I think for all of us in our mental health, these have been very, very difficult years. So of course we want to see a Nicaragua, a Venezuela, a Cuba, a Vietnam, a Zimbabwe, once upon a time Libya, and we can have all the different conversations about these countries, but the countries most in the crosshairs of U.S. and Western imperialism, we have a responsibility to stand with those countries. Yeah. And they've been gunning for Cuba. There's that documentary, 632 Ways to Kill Fidel Castro, which is self-explanatory in terms of all the CIA operations to try to take out Cuban leadership and try to overthrow that leadership. So for me, when I heard Trump make that announcement, it was just instinctive, just like 2021 when the Haitian masses rose up and were in the streets trying to oust this neoliberal regime back then. That's when you and I first met, having lived in these societies over the course of three and a half decades. I felt that responsibility to go down there and put my ethnographic skills, my language skills to use, and just give a platform, just give a voice to the Cuban masses, because of course the Cuban state wants to appear more valiant, more courageous than ever, but I'm not sure that lines up with the objective reality of the masses.
Yeah, at some point, I mean, everybody has a breaking point, and we thought for sure, I mean, the oil sanctions is that's bad enough, but then you have this electric grid failure that happened very recently here from Power of the People. This was just a few days ago. We had Cuba's electrical grid has suffered a complete and total collapse. And we know this is entirely caused by the U.S. is how we've been beating up on them this whole time. And even CNN had to report on this and even give at least a sense that this is related to our policies, particularly what Trump's doing right now. They actually reported on this.
News into CNN. Cuba's electrical grid has suffered a complete and total collapse. This is according to the country's power operator. It's the first nationwide blackout since the U.S. effectively shut off the flow of oil to Cuba.
So they are related. CNN is relating it to the shutting off of the oil. So, I mean, we can see this is what happens when we strangle people to death. And like you said, like we want, and as a former lefty, or we come from the left, we come from a place of, we want people to rise up and revolution and all this stuff. But how can that even happen right now when you have nothing to work with? Obviously we talk about Palestine because you get to the point where, I mean, is that the end game here? Are we when we look at Lindsey Graham and salivating over Cuba's next, and you see what we've done to Palestine, we see people with they're literally starving to death, if they're even still alive after being bombed to death. There's no remnants of any sort of ability to have a revolution from the ground up. Is that where we're headed? What is that? Where is this going?
So many Cubans told me over and over, we are living the reality of Gaza without the bombs. And they told me the bombs that we suffer through every day are the bombs of hunger and the bombs of blackouts. Different families that I know, friends of mine, colleagues, I've been with TeleSur, Cuban, Venezuelan news, Bolivarian news since 2014. And for example, families that had some meat that they kept frozen for any emergency, that meat is now unthawed. And if you don't cook it in that moment, on Monday at about 2 p.m. when the lights went out across the entire country. And that was U.S. sabotage, of course, whether we analyze it as U.S. sabotage since 1991 or since 1959 or U.S. sabotage since Trump's announcement January 27th, it's U.S. sabotage. It's a country with a $30 trillion economy. That's the GDP of the United States. The projected GDP for Cuba this year, Matt, less than $1 billion. So, I'm sorry, less than $100 billion. So Elon Musk is 8 times richer than the Cuban economy for this entire year, as it's projected to be. So this is such a David versus Goliath struggle. But anything you post, especially on X, all the Miami Cubans and the Cuban Americans come right in. It's the regime's fault. It's the regime's fault. And they always they brag about the blockade in private and in their reactionary circles. I can no longer say right wing is a mentee of Pasta.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I got to deprogram myself. Pasta could have like a little electric device. Whenever I say right wing, I get a little zap, so it can be like a Pavlovian.
I think we're allowed to do this, right wing. I think we can do that. And we can do this on the left. I think it makes sense because people still identify, but we have to give them that. Okay, we get it.
I can just say reactionary or the billionaire's agenda. Yeah. There's many synonyms. Yeah. I have no problem with that.
Yeah.
And I think some of the things that I will say could upset both sides of the aisle, because I had to really reflect. I've spent something like close to 6 months of my life in Haiti. I'm about to be 48. I've spent about a similar amount of time, 6 months of my life in Cuba. And I first went as this official delegate, socialist youth representative. And I love those. Everyone should go on these flotillas. And, it's so important right now what all these different groups are doing. And the Russians are continuing to send help. The Russians responded strongly with to Trump. Trump had another infamous speech yesterday where he was saying, well, it was either Tuesday or yesterday, but I don't know. I'm going to take Cuba. I might free it, but I'm going to take it. What an incredible honor. And the way the guy speaks, it's the worst form of colonial, imperial arrogance. But a lot of Cubans told me, especially young Cubans, that's one thing we have to look at. There's a huge generational rift within Cuban society because the last 2 generations were born under complete isolation, blockade, and hunger. Cubans who experienced the 1980s remember a time of abundance because socialism in its essence is abundance for all. And when you can take away that abundance and starve people, I mean, how could they ever believe in a system or be excited about a system? So I heard so many Cubans tell me, if Trump's going to bomb, he should bomb right now. If these Singao, that's a bad word I won't translate, are going to invade, they should invade right now. And that's just the material objective reality of many Cuban, 95% of Cuban stomachs. Cubans don't know how they're going to feed their children. So all these contradictions are percolating in Cuban society. And that's, of course, the expressed goal of these blockades. Hyperinflation kills. The devaluation of a people's currency kills. So one thing I've been writing about, I think a lot of people are waiting for that big inflection point. Are they going to kidnap President Miguel Diaz-Canel like they did Maduro? Are they going to bomb key economic assets as they're doing right now in southern Iran and across Iran? And my thesis right now, what I've witnessed is these big knockout blows are almost secondary, because the knockout blow of hunger that I've witnessed, and this wasn't the first time I witnessed hunger in Cuba. Things during the special period 1995 were very, very bad. But I think the recolonization, the regime change, all this stuff is in motion as we speak, because like you said, people who are hungry, how could they ever resist an invasion? You did have the invasion when I was there about 2 weeks ago. You had a speedboat from Miami who had a whole arsenal invading Cuba, and they were squashed. Yes. Yeah, they were completely squashed. Marco Rubio, of course, immediately disavowed. But there's been thousands of such incursions where these Miami Cubans who see the bounties for presidents' heads or whatever think that they can go in and they've been so propagandized, they go in and try to lead their own insurrections.
This was I think this is the one you were talking about. They were detained. This was a few weeks ago.
Yeah, some were killed and some were detained.
Yeah. And what is this about? What is this about? Why is this something? Is this about putting people out there to get intel? And are we just trying to feel out the situation and we're using these people to do that? Is that and trying to decide the next move? Because like you're saying, there's only so many choices, right? Like when we say we're going to take Cuba, what does that mean? Does it look like Venezuela? Does it look like Palestine? What does it look like? Are they feeling out options? Is that what this is? This operation here?
Well, we all remember the Israelis and the U.S. bombed, Iran a few months leading up to this latest incursion and buildup and full-scale bombing of Iran. So I think it is. I think it's putting out feelers. How can the Cubans respond? Whether it was directly or indirectly coordinated with the CIA and all of the usual suspects. We're not going to get that smoking gun, perhaps, but yeah, I think it was to put out feelers because they did the same thing in Venezuela. You had all these different operations in Colombia and Venezuela to invade them over the years, and then they can collect that intelligence. But the main discrepancy in Cuban society is the words people should research. It's an abbreviation. It's called MIPYMES, MIPYMES, MIPYMES. These are the small, and medium-sized businesses. And what Trump said with the latest enforcement of this blockade is, we're not going to blockade the private sector. So if you own one of these restaurants that's private, one of these stores, grocery stores that's private, people who have access to foreign currency, to dollars, who are, of course, going to be the people with family in Miami, or they live in Miami and they travel back and forth, or to Madrid or Houston, those people aren't going to starve. Those people are not going to be as hard off. I didn't starve in Cuba because I have dollars in my pocket. Right. But the 95% of Cubans, so you have this horrific reality. Sometimes I wonder publicly how much to say. I can only piss off so many people at once, but you have these private spots. They used to be called, they're also called shoppings, like the word in English, shopping, like a shopping mall, shoppings, paladares, the MIPYMES, and they're full of food, but then you have all the hungry Cubans walking by. And I think for fervent supporters of Cuba, of course, that hurt so much. Those were things I started to see during the special period in 1995, in 2001, and it's heartbreaking. And a lot of times, people don't know what to do. And Cubans are asking, well, if private property is taking us over again, what's the difference between 1958, the year before the revolution, and what are we defending these days? So I think, as much as right now, all of our support to the flotillas, that's the most important thing. At what point can we ask these more structural, pivotal questions? Because people just assume, Fidel Castro, Viva Fidel, Viva Fidel. Is this the same leadership as Fidel's leadership and Camilo Cienfuegos and Che Guevara and all of our T-shirts and all the reasons we love Cuba so much?
Yeah. Well, look, I got to say, like, the amount of propaganda we've been fed here over our entire lifetimes, even when they have the theater of, and I'm going to use air quotes, the left versus the right, as far as how we look at the world. We know that the left is a little more empathetic. The left is a little more empathetic to these situations. However, we still get captured. We still get fooled. We still have these people on the left that hate Trump with all their passion. And yet, at the same time as hating Trump, they're going, yeah, maybe it's a good thing that Maduro is in a prison somewhere in New York. Maybe that's a good thing. And these are people who think, yeah, Cuba has gone a little too radical left. We don't want to be too radical left with our communism. And it's like, you want to say to these people, if our system's so great, it should work independently on its own. And if their system's so bad, let it fail. That's always when I try to talk to fellow lefties, I throw that out. And we know the right doesn't listen to that. The right doesn't listen to that either. So we're stuck in this paradigm, it's very strange place where we're supposed to be hating Trump, but making excuses for his foreign policy as he's going country to country, taking out leadership and destroying it at either a parking lot like Gaza or a harder one to see, like you're describing, on the ground in Cuba. They're saying it's literally Palestine without the bombs. And so how can we reconcile this, that it's a that both parties have been doing this the entire way. How can we educate people through this? I don't know how we can right now, because there's so much distraction and people being put into the same camp and justifying their position they've had the whole time. Do you see anybody having these aha moments, the one you described earlier with Pasa, this idea that, wait a minute, they've been rigging it the whole time? Do you see people waking up to that? Can I piggyback that off of, do the people in Cuba, do they recognize that we are in this facade of a two-party system, and they understand more about what we're doing than we know here?
Oh, the Cubans are extremely politicized and conscious. There were so many moments where, you know, people were hungry and they're working their second, third job just trying to feed their families, and there was casual conversations, and I'm getting introduced to people, and this person who was hungry trying to find a way to eat would be a retired doctor or surgeon or abogado, a lawyer. So Cuban preparation and consciousness, I mean, the legacy of that revolution, Fidel's three big things were always sports, health, and geez, I'm drawing a blank on the third one. Sports, health, and I don't know. It'll come to me. Let me just back up for a bit on Venezuela.
Yeah.
I'll say this. I've been traveling to Venezuela since 2014. I've been with Venezuelan national and international media. When I'm saying with these networks, I've never received a penny, because they could criminalize me for that. But I've done it out of anti-imperialist responsibility. I've worked closely with Delcy Rodriguez and Jorge and Arriaza and Diosdado Cabello and Nicolas Maduro, Celia Flores. I've never seen a division in that leadership. I've seen them work consistently in support of Palestine, against all the wars in the Middle East. I've seen them to be upright people who have never sold out. The times that I've been in Caracas, I've been in Venezuela something like 10 times, and in different meetings and on stages, you know, at rallies with the leadership I lined out. And there can be no doubts that the number one CIA talking point for the past few months has been divisions within the Bolivarian leadership. And I know it's a wider debate, but I'm just trying to contribute to that debate, that who would have an interest in us thinking that there is no more revolutionary leadership within Venezuela. But if they have a gun to their head, what are they supposed to say when the U.S. and Israel started bombing Iran? Could they really say what they wanted to? And they couldn't. So I don't claim that, you know, I'm a dialectician. Two things can be true at the same time, because online, Matt, and you know this better than I do, online everything is anti-dialectical. Someone has to be the worst human being, a CIA agent in the world, or they have to be angelic with a halo, the most serious scholar ever. It can't be that someone makes a mistake or you disagree with them on this, and that's anti-dialectics, because social media is about polarizing Americans. It's about that quick dopamine hit. And when people are getting dopamine hits off of, off of someone else's misery, you know, that's called sadism, and that's called narcissism, which is what social media develops. So hopefully all of us also know how to take breaks from social media.
Absolutely. And I recommend people take those breaks. I think for me, you just articulated that very well. And why my instinct always is, I always look forward to the next time we're in this space and we can have conversations like this. It always makes me so much more excited to do that than just to say what one sentence can I tweet out there that's going to get the most reaction. I hate doing that, because like you said, it's like that there's so much more going on, and that's why we want to have conversations. We don't want to rely on this social media, our team versus your team. It doesn't go anywhere. There's so much more nuance, and I would rather have a 4 or 5 hour conversation, or we do 4 to 5 hour shows here, because that's where we're going to get all of the we're going to try to get to everything and unpack stuff, not just do these little tweets. So I think that's a good indication that maybe it's good to be in a space like this. And we like the people are in here with us, and they know that they put the time in, right, to have these more complex, more nuanced discussions. So I appreciate you doing that. Danny, there's another part I want to ask you about Cuba, because when we're seeing a country like China come into play, we're talking about the solar power. I saw this story. I'm just going to play this clip, and I would love your response on what this means as far as the environment possibly shifting here if China's involved. According to reports from the Cuban officials press and also from the authorities of the Electric Union, the country is currently executing the installation of about 5,000 photovoltaic small scale donated by the People's Republic of China. The initiative seeks to ensure the functioning of basic services even during interruptions of the electric supply. Wow. Is there anything there? Is that something, or is that more just positioning? What do you think the Cubans people can they benefit from this type of help? I guess changing the power source in any way.
Oh, 1,000%. These are great things. The help. The Russians stood up after Trump's speech and continued to send one of their cruisers with oil, one of their ships to Cuba with oil. The Chinese have been instrumental with the solar panels. I mentioned the flotillas. One of the first flotillas arrived in Cuba today. All of these things are great, but no country can depend on charity. These are small infusions into a human sea of material need, 10.5 and shrinking. And I, with all my Marxist mentors and comrades and all that, I've never really heard an honest appraisal of the Cuban economy and what's going on there. And I think that's also intellectually dishonest and cowardly. I'm not pointing the finger at anyone in particular, but we just shouldn't think that because of our solidarity, a country can live off of this, because those flotillas will go and some of those social media superstars will go on to their next thing where they can get, 1 million likes or whatever it is, and they'll forget about Cuba. Cuba obviously needs a sustainable self-reliance. Over 80% of Cuba's food is imported, whereas Venezuela was able to diversify and build up self-reliance. And some of the work that Pasta Fiorella and the rest of us did was documenting how self-reliant the food sovereignty that Nicaragua has, but Cuba doesn't have that. So that's a serious problem.
Yeah. I guess I'd say, Trump's just one year in here, and he's talking about, and like you mentioned earlier, you know what? I got to play in case people miss this, because this is so, to me, this is so disturbing. I get the sense that you're not fazed by it, because it's like we don't expect anything other than this from Trump. But for me, it's like, let's just pay attention to the reporter that asked the question, and you're just like, is this really happening? Are you really saying this about Cuba? What are you doing, man? Like, what is this?
Just with a fantastic person who's Cuban and made a fortune in sugar, Fanjul family, right? And this family wants to go back to Cuba to visit it. They haven't been back in like 50 years or something. They largely come from Cuba. And we'll see what happens. They were asking me about that. They want to go back. Not only Fanjul, a lot of Cubans have said, oh boy, would they love to go back. I think Cuba, in its own way, for tourism and everything else, it's a beautiful island, great weather. They're not in a hurricane zone, which is nice for a change, They won't be asking us for money for hurricanes every week. But I think Cuba's the end. All my life I've been hearing about the United States and Cuba. When will the United States do it? I do believe I'll be having the honor of taking Cuba. That'd be good. That's a big honor.
Taking Cuba.
Taking Cuba in some form, yeah. Taking Cuba. I mean, whether I free it, take it, I think I could do anything I want with it. You want to know the truth? They're a very weakened nation right now. They were for a long time. Very violent leaders. Castro was a very violent leader. His brother's a very violent leader. Extremely violent. That's how they governed. They governed with violence. But a lot of people would like to go back. Okay.
Yeah, my gut reaction when I heard that, and I think it's in part 3 of The Godfather, the opening scene, they're slicing up the cake and they're divvying up the resources of Havana, the casinos, and of course that's what they want to return to, a pre-1959 Cuba. Trump sounds like a type of mafia boss. And Trump comes across as so tough and all-knowing. I mean, give me two jabs to his, his face. We'll see how tough he is. It's so easy when you're a billionaire to hide behind screens and be a keyboard warrior. I mean, Trump's the biggest pompous punk on planet Earth. You remember that quote from the Maoist, Marxist, Leninist Mike Tyson? Everyone is tough and is a plan until they catch, 2 punches in the face.
It's yeah. I don't think he realized how genius of a quote that was, because we can apply that to any situation like this where it's the abuse of power and thinking that you're untouchable because of your money. But the punch in the face, hey, we all have a face and we all can get punched in it. So yeah, exactly. That's might be what he needs right about now. But we don't want to upset the AI censors. We might get triggered because we just threatened the sitting person in the thing. So I'm not going to say, but with that,
isn't it amazing though? Yeah. Like in terms of the United States, and like I have this family chat, and this goes back to the whole across the aisle divide. And I'm glad that I can speak to some of my cousins, and there's others I really can't speak to, or they don't speak to me because they know. That's the thing. Like I'll come back from Venezuela, I'll come back from Cuba, and I have to have like family members lecturing me on what Venezuela is and Cuba is. They don't even have a passport, but they have to come lecture me because they watch CNN, all the time, or Fox or whatever it is. But I think if Americans had to live one day as a Palestinian, if Americans had to live one day as the Haitian people do, as the Cuban people do, as the Iranian people do for the past 18, 19 days, there'd be a lot more humility in this country. And with Trump, why do we even take Trump serious? A billionaire can only behave as a billionaire. It's in his very nature. But all the people who enable him and all the Democrats, this whole shift more to the right from Democrats, so many people have enabled him. And it's those cowards. And it harkens back to the Nazi era. So many Americans, my God, if I was alive during the Nazi era, if I was alive during chattel slavery, I surely would have done this. You would have done exactly what you did after October 7th.
That's exactly right.
Done shit.
100%. And I think the fault of that, I thought we've had this conversation on the show. I'm glad you brought that up because I've been thinking about that since October 7th. I think that the reason people are deluded about their own ability to do the right thing is the way we were taught history. It was purposely taught to us in a one-dimensional way. And you talk about how social media keeps us in these one-dimensional camps. I have to say, when we learn about World War II, of course we think it's good guy, bad guy. Of course we think that just randomly for a decade, that Germany became the most evil people ever, and then all of a sudden they weren't. There's no justification of why. There's no nuance. There's no discussion. So of course we think if I got a time machine and I go back, I'm going to kill Hitler. I'm going to take Anne Frank in or whatever. Like you think that because you were purposely taught it as a one-dimensional storyline. No mention of how propaganda works, no mention of how groupthink works, no mention of how the things that if we were taught these things, we could apply them to the present. We could apply them not just to how everything unfolded in Palestine. You could apply them to COVID. You could be like, oh, so this is how everybody says if you don't wear the mask, you don't get the shot. You're the bad guy. This is like get him. It's like, you're going to do the thing that the group told you to do, not because you just became evil. It's because there's a method to it. And then you see what real courage looks like, right? Real courage isn't something you just have because you're the good guy and they're the bad guy. Real courage is going against the thing that you're not supposed to do, right? The thing that you're not supposed to question. And that takes something that we're never taught in school. And we're never taught that. And I think there's a reason. It's not accidental. It's so we're ready to be programmed and used against each other when the next incident occurs, right? The next random, pandemic, which came out of nowhere. Obviously, that had no planning went into that. And then the next October 7th, it's designed to say, okay, get on the good guy side, right? So I'm glad you brought that up because I think if you're watching this now, if you're having these conversations, we need to be more vocal and we need to apply this because there's going to be another October 7th. There's going to be another thing that they do. And we have to say, do we have the courage to say the right thing, to do what's inconvenient when it matters? Not in the future, not in some hypothetical, if I had a time machine, blah, blah, blah. But now I think that's the lesson here.
Yeah, like my own family members. I'm like, do y'all question why the United States has bases in Kuwait, in Saudi Arabia, in Qatar, in the United Arab Emirates, in Iraq, in Jordan? Do you see a pattern here? Do the Lebanese, do the Palestinians have bases in Massachusetts or Missouri? So the imperial doublespeak, the double standards, it never ceases to amaze me. I just came from teaching 25 college students in an international affairs course in Queens, and I have these same conversations with them. I'm like, the main thing here is critical thinking. I don't care if you're wrong. I don't care if you disagree with the circle, but how can you stand up and provide evidence for what you believe in? And when I was fired from John Jay College of Criminal Justice right after October 2023, all these colleagues who had known me for 2 decades, 17 total professors in Latin American and Latinx studies at John Jay, only one professor even stood up for me. All the others who invited me to be a guest lecturer in their classes to talk about topics they didn't want to touch because they were too controversial, they didn't even stand up for me. They didn't say, well, how are you and your family doing now that you've been fired? So the spinelessness, I think, in this society is pretty collectivized. Of course, your audience is not going to be really a fair sample size of the U.S. population. It's going to be anyone that's listening to you, and individuals like Pasta and Fiorella are going to be more critical minded.
Yeah. Well, hey, Dan, I've appreciated the conversation, all the work you bring to the table, and the real boots on the ground. I mean, this is what journalism should be about. This is what the work should be about. And so you definitely inspire the rest of us. Is there any last thing you want to leave with our audience? Something obviously there's so many things we could have talked about, but I hope we got at least the important stuff in at this moment. Anything else you want to leave us with?
Yeah, you can see all my I'm constantly putting out updates from Cuba at Prof. Danny Shaw. Definitely Max Blumenthal was with Chris Hedges yesterday, unpacking how we ended up in this next quagmire, perhaps the Vietnam of our generation. 91 million Iranians, so much of their infrastructure destroyed, 3.5 million Iranians already displaced, 1 million Lebanese displaced in the past 2.5 weeks. And we've been so desensitized, we don't even see them as equal, human beings. So I look forward to future conversations, and my responsibility. What are the masses of Cuba going through, living through, and saying? The Haitian people, another struggle close to my heart. I've been studying Haitian Creole and African language since 1998. Most people don't even know what the language is in Haiti. They still think it's French when it's an African language. So I'm going to keep doing the work I do. I've had to stand on my own so many times, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's not easy, but it helps you build character. It's right to rebel. Never be afraid to stand on your own. If there's any last parting words that I can share with our people.
No, it's inspiring for sure. Danny Shaw, thank you so much for being on The Homeless Left, and keep doing the good work you're doing. And we'll love to have you back again in the near future.
Thanks a lot, man. Take care.
All right. Bye-bye. Danny Shaw, everybody. You're tuning into The Homeless Left. This is the non-tribal approach to news network. We're here all afternoon today on this Thursday. We have more show for you. If you guys just joining us, you haven't missed everything at all. In fact, we got so much more coming up. So stick around. If you guys want to go back and watch the stuff you missed, you can do that either on our Rumble channel or on YouTube. We keep the full lives up. If you want to watch them in their raw form, they're there. So you guys know that we keep everything up. We stand behind all of our work. Of course, there's the shorter versions. We do get the segments out as well. So you can, if you haven't done it's not just the like. We do appreciate the likes, but it's really about do the sub for us, guys. Get those sub numbers up. That helps fight the censorship machine the most, is with those subs. So we do appreciate if you're just discovering us now. We do know we had a lot of good traffic going through the new YouTube channel. This is our new YouTube channel. The last one they took down. You guys didn't know that. Our last YouTube channel doesn't exist. You can't find The Homeless Left at The Homeless Left on YouTube. It doesn't exist. They told us our conversations were too dangerous. Google told us that we were hurting the community. We were a problem for the safety. We want to keep the community safe from discussions like you just heard with Danny Shaw, discussions like we just heard with Craig Pasta JARDULA, They're dangerous conversations. So what are we going to do about that? Are we going to take no for an answer? No, we're going to start a new channel, which we did. THL Presents. You can't find the homeless left just typing in. You have to type it in with the @ symbol. Or it might have just came up on your feed, which we really, really love that actually happened. That means that we're onto something here. You guys are responding. You're actually responding to our conversations. You're sharing this out. You're telling people, hey, check this space out. This space is a non-tribal space. It's for critical thinkers. You don't have to check a box to be part of a party or a tribe or a club or whatever it is, sports team, whatever it is. We're not fighting our neighbor. We're done with that. We're fighting the people that run the planet. These are the pedophiles. These are the Epstein class. These are the warmongering psychopaths. These are the billionaires, the sociopaths. That's who they are. The technocrats, the people that think that there's no consequences to what they do. All their satanic rituals, and they're buying up all of our different industries and pitting us on each other and laughing about it. Oh, and our children are missing too. Where did they go this whole time? Did you think that 300,000 children just randomly went missing every year and that was just normal because of a stranger in an alley? Do you think that was what it was? Was just some random dude with mental illness? That was it? You didn't know that there was an entire PDF ring going on this whole time and they were all in on it? Did you know? It's a lot to process. We get it. But we're here now. We can exist here in this space, and you don't have to check the box of ideology. We don't give a shit. Just as long as we treat people with respect, that's the only thing that matters. Let's have discussions. Let's have debates. Let's go for understanding. At least keep going here. This ain't the end of the show speech. We're just getting started, guys. We're just getting started. So I think what we're going to do, and we will be bringing in Nurse Leslie here a little bit from now, but we do have some more stories to get to right now. So keep those comments coming in on both of those channels, and we will be discussing, having conversations and engaging with you, responding to your comments when we bring in Nurse Leslie for Talking Back. But now I just want to do a follow-up on the Joe Kent story, because we did break this. We broke the Joe Kent story on the last show when he resigned. This was the tweet that went out. After much reflection, I decided to resign. He was the director of the National Counterterrorism Center. And in his resignation, he called out Israel, said, I'm done supporting the ongoing war in Iran. They don't pose any threat to us, obviously. And he was basically sick of the pressure from Israel and put it on record. He put it in this letter. You can see this part of the letter where he literally talks about his dedication to this his whole life, losing his wife. And the whole time we were fighting someone else's war. We were captured by another outside foreign entity that pretended to be our greatest ally. And he's done with it. So now look, so much has happened since we reported on this. And I think Joe Kent knew this was going to happen. The first thing was Lindsey Graham going after him. Obviously, this was like we totally should have predicted Lindsey Graham would go on Fox News and call him what's the dreaded word you get called? Anti-something. I forget. Anti-something? What is the thing? What is the thing you say? Well, let him do it.
Story. Well, there's a lot more. I mean, what he said in his reason for resigning is that the Jews got us into the war, that Israel pushed Trump into the war. That's the oldest storyline in the world. If it weren't for the Jews, we'd all be safe. Well, that's a bunch of BS. If it weren't for Israel, we'd be less safe. Israel has no choice to stop radical Islam from destroying it. I hope the American people understand we have no choice. You may be tired of fighting them, but they're not tired of fighting you. The only reason they haven't killed more Americans than they have, radical Islam, is we stop them before they get here.
Of course he was going to do that. Yeah, the complete BS. Obviously, this is not a resignation letter that comes from a place of, I just can't help it. I just hate Jews. Now, I'm sure Joe can't let that roll right off his back. Not a big deal. He did go on Tucker. I'm glad to see that happen. Here's a highlight from that discussion.
Iran on the verge of getting a nuclear weapon.
No, they weren't. 3 weeks ago when this started,
and they weren't in June either. I mean, the Iranians have had a religious ruling, a fatwa, against actually developing a nuclear weapon since 2004. That's been in place since 2004. That's available in the public sphere. But then also we had no intelligence to indicate that that fatwa was being disobeyed or it was on the cusp of being lifted. The Iranian strategy, it's actually pretty pragmatic. The Iranians are obviously aware of what's taking place in their region, and their strategy was to not completely abandon their nuclear program because they saw what happened to Muammar Gaddafi in Libya when he said, hey, I've got no more nukes. I'll do what you say. I'll give up my nukes.
And we gave him the Nobel Peace Prize?
Yeah, we regime changed him, and he was executed by his own people in the most horrific way.
Oh, sodomized by a bayonet. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's that's the lesson I think that the entire region took from that when Hillary Clinton.
Unfortunately, that is what the neocon, neoliberal warmongers, that's the lesson that they showed everyone in the region. And then conversely, the Iranians also knew that if they came out and said, okay, we've got a nuke, whether they were bluffing or not, Saddam Hussein, Iraq right next door. So they kind of had
he hung, I think.
He was hung by his own people, after a bloody, war that's still essentially going on inside of Iraq. So the Iranians' position, when viewed from the lens of the region, was actually fairly pragmatic. They were preventing, themselves from developing a bomb, but they still wanted the ability. They wanted the ability to enrich. They wanted the ability to have some components so that they weren't completely stripped of it. And when we always assessed that they were either several months or a year, 2 years away from actually being able to develop a nuclear weapon. And that's not because the Iranians are stupid people. I think we can tell right now that the Iranians are anything but stupid. They had the ability, I think, the brain power to actually develop one, or they could have simply traded a ton of oil with Pakistan or with someone else to actually get a nuclear weapon. They were not doing that. We had no intelligence to indicate that they were.
I mean, this sounds like exactly the guy you want to have on your counterintelligence team. Exactly. That understands the nuance, understands the history, understands that in that region, you have obviously Iran watching how we treat every other country. You guys understand they were on the list of 7, right? You had the 7 countries in 5 years. We heard directly from Wesley Clark told us this, that the Pentagon told from top down, told him about 7 countries in 5 years during the Bush and Cheney years. And then Amy Goodman asks him, well, who gave that order? Well, I can't tell you that. Well, we know now it was Israel that did that. But which kind of makes sense when you look back. We knew that because Netanyahu told us the same shit. He said, we got to take out Iraq. We got to take out Libya. Then we got to take out Iran. I mean, so he told us, all of the, Syria. We got to do all of these. Yemen. We got to do so. So of course Iran's watching and saying, what did Gaddafi get wrong? What did Gaddafi get wrong? He submitted to the West's request, and then he was punished in the most brutal way possible. Of course you have to be able to defend yourself. You can't give everything up. It makes no sense. And so like Joe Kent says, it's a pragmatic position to take after you watch the way the West behaves and how we literally made an example out of Gaddafi. Why don't people know this? I mean, you guys know this, but why don't people know this? Because Obama and Hillary did this on the way, way, way down low. On the way down low. This is the part of the story that I think gets lost, because what Trump's doing right now in Iran, what he's been doing in Venezuela, what he's doing in Cuba, what he's doing, allowing the genocide to basically finish off the parking lot, which is Gaza now. What he's doing is being done in a very high volume. And so having somebody like Joe Kent to give us the critical perspective of the historical context, right? Which is important because we understand that this has been our policy the whole time. And just because the volume was turned down doesn't mean it didn't happen. So of course, knowing that information, you want that in the room. You want that in the counterterrorism room. You want that information in. But he had a breaking point and he said enough. Well, guess what? It wasn't just Lindsey Graham calling him an antiseptic or whatever, to borrow an expression from Jake G TV, antiseptic. It's worse. Now there's an actual investigation going on. Why? What? An investigation against who? Against Joe Kent? What for? You guys remember Edward Snowden, right? You remember Edward Snowden? It might be a little Edward Snowden. You remember Julian Assange? It might be a little bit of that. Let's see what the report is on Fox. Here it is.
Kent, the former director of the United States National Counterterror Center, this is from Semaphore, he just resigned. He's now under FBI investigation for allegedly leaking classified information. And the investigation predates his departure. Congressman, your reaction to that tonight? Wow.
Well, there's a lot there, and I think that we need to let this investigation play out, but we shouldn't tolerate any leakers in the administration, particularly regarding classified national security.
Isn't it funny how we gotten completely conditioned to be on that sort of, yeah, this looks bad for him. Let's not challenge anything here. Let's let the investigation happen. Let's not ask any questions. It's insane that even if there was a whistleblowing element, I'm not so sure that there is one. He's going on the shows with Tucker. He knows he's not stupid. He knows what he's allowed to say and not allowed to say. And I mentioned the Snowden thing because Snowden actually wanted to get the information out regarding the crimes committed by the CIA, by the military, the U.S. military, those crimes that were putting American lives in jeopardy. Thought it was a heroic thing to do. We know that we come from an earlier time where whistleblowers were celebrated. During the Nixon years, they were celebrated. You call out that shit, you get a Pulitzer Prize, right? If you're the Washington Post and you have the anonymous deep throat telling you what was going on, nobody called that you're giving away secrets that are compromised. No, you're giving information to a publication, to a press, or to whoever you're giving the information to, and you're giving it to help the American people. That's the point. But Joe Kent knows this, and I don't think so. I think this whole thing is made up. But just the fact that this piece of S guy, what do you think about I think this is bad for him, and we need to just let them the people that did bad, that he's saying are bad people, let them continue the investigation to make sure that Joe Kent hasn't compromised the American people, because that's always the concern, right? Somebody that has the information, they're the ones compromising the people with getting information to the public, which, by the way, that's what journalism is supposed to be. You're supposed to be about getting information to the people and not being somebody that has to be held accountable for what the consequences of that information being publicly put out there is. You're not supposed to be responsible for that. That's what journalism is supposed to do. You guys know. Okay. So just one more part of the interview with Tucker. I thought this was important, something to sit on. If you guys have been stuck in the Charlie Kirk arena, and you know that there's some people, there's one camp saying, okay, great, Israel did it, but I don't think let's just move on. It's not important. It is important. It is important because I think it's important what Joe Kent says about Charlie Kirk, because he was part of the counterterrorism department. He was the director of that department. And if he's telling Tucker this about Charlie Kirk, I think that we should be absolutely paying attention to this, because this is exactly how not to be conducting investigations if you're part of the investigation team that's supposed to be investigating.
Then, Charlie Kirk is killed publicly in a very horrific way, and we're not really even allowed to look into that at all. And Charlie Kirk was one of President Trump's closest advisors, and he also advocated heavily against a war with Iran. He was in the Oval Office in the lead up to the 12-day war. I wasn't particularly close with Charlie. He was very gracious to me when I was running for Congress, very, very supportive. So we knew each other. And the last time I saw Charlie Kirk on this earth was in June in the West Wing, in the stairway. And I said hi to him, and he looked me in the eye, and he said very loudly, and it's a small, you've been in the West Wing, it's small, it's a tight space. And he said, Joe, stop us from getting into a war with Iran, very loudly.
He was single-minded.
And he walked off, and he went, I believe, into the Oval. So when one of President Trump's closest advisors, who is vocally advocating for us to not go to war with Iran and for us to rethink at least our relationship with the Israelis, and then he's suddenly publicly assassinated, and we're not allowed to ask any questions about that. It's a data point. it's a data point that we need to look into.
What do you mean when you say we're not allowed to ask any questions about that?
We've been told that this individual, Robinson, is a lone gunman, and maybe he is. But the investigation that I was a part of, the National Counterterrorism Center was a part of, we were stopped from continuing to investigate. And the FBI will say that they stopped that because they wanted to have turn everything over to the Utah state authorities. Everything's going to trial. It's very, very sensitive. But there was still a lot for us to look into that I can't really get into. But there was still linkage for us to investigate that we needed to run down. And I'm not making any conclusions. I'm not saying
no, I don't think you are.
Because of this happened. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying there's unanswered questions. We know the pressure because of the text messages that have been made public that Charlie was under a lot of pressure from a lot of pro-Israel donors. And again, we know Charlie was advocating to President Trump against this war with Iran.
And there it is. There it is. He was told not to do his job. We're done with the investigation. And that's enough. That's enough for you to understand whoever you voted for, whatever area you're coming from, that's enough for you to understand that the entire thing is rigged. And there's nothing to obviously nothing to trust as far as Kash Patel and that gang with the Pam Bondi gang that tells you there's nothing to see here when it comes to whether Jeffrey Epstein killed himself or not. This is just reaffirming that we need an investigation. We need it from the ground up. And that's why we have to support keeping this as a priority, because like he said, the having that type of communication that Charlie Kirk had with Trump was essential. He would have his ear on this exact thing that's happening now. You have to get Charlie Kirk out of the way in order to get Trump to go along with Netanyahu and the Greater Israel Project. You have to eliminate that. And the followers, the massive amount of influence that Charlie Kirk had, if Trump were to have ignored Charlie's urging of him not going to war against Iran, if Trump would have ignored Charlie has this entire movement that he would rile up, and they would be in the streets right now. I think that, and if you recognize the power of that relationship he had with this younger generation, it was far beyond Tucker's relationship, far beyond Candace's relationship, far beyond any politician, because these politicians get stuck in their little things. We saw what happened with RFK Jr. He loses power. He becomes the head of HHS and he loses power. You have more power when you're on the ground, when you're outside of those doors, which Charlie was. So he was probably the most influential person that we would need him right now. We would need him right in this moment to say this is complete bullshit and we're doing this for Israel. And if Trump doesn't listen to Charlie Kirk gets his entire base effing pissed. And that there was no coming back from that. And that's where this is. Now, Joe Kent's not saying all that I just said, but he's saying enough for us to care about this. He's saying enough when we know that these people, that their job is to look into stuff, and they're told they can't do their job. But that's it. That's all you need to know. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. Yes, Gabrielle, we're just as excited. Over 900 watching. We had the number up. I believe if my eyes are mistaking me, I don't know, because I got my contacts in right now. But I'll tell you, I think earlier I saw that number. Was it at 2,800? Did I dream that? Was that a figment of my something? I saw that sometime earlier. I saw 20, and then it was going up and down, up and down. But wherever it is now, we are happy. We're happy you guys are with us. It's effing awesome that you're here with us right now. We're gonna keep it going. We saved this for you guys. We got some top censored news coming right up. Let me make sure I got our super chats in there. I'm making sure we don't have any rumble rants. Leslie will be here for talking back with Nurse Leslie. That's coming up after top censored news. But I want to give a shout out to Citizen. Obviously, man, you've been there with us every this whole way. And Matt Pasta says who Iran got no nukes. Well, I think that Joe Kent did break that down for us. As far as the pragmatic approach he said that Iran had with its weaponry, it was not going to. They certainly weren't going to be following in the footsteps of Libya. They learned their lesson watching what happened to Gaddafi. So that was an important lesson they learned. But nukes, no nukes. It's the point is they have a way to defend themselves, and they have a way to respond to an attack, as we're seeing in real time, which is actually pretty effing awesome that they can do that. And it's so hard to watch it when people can't do that, when the Palestinians can't defend themselves, and they just get beaten to freaking death and starved to freaking death. It's so tragic, and it's tragic the Iranians being killed right now, but they're fighting back. And hell yeah, we like seeing them fight back, because they're not fighting us, they're fighting our captors, right? They're not fighting us, they're fighting the people who hijacked us. They're fighting the people who put us in the basement and tied us up, and we didn't even know it, and put blindfolds on us and limited us to what we were allowed to do and not allowed to do. Just like you would be limited if you were trapped in someone's basement in handcuffs, right? That's the idea. And you don't know, except you don't know you're in that basement in handcuffs. So once you figure that out, and you go, oh shit, someone's trying to respond to the people who kidnapped me, I'm rooting for those people. I'm not rooting for my kidnappers. F that. I'm rooting for the people who are coming to get those kidnappers, those psychopaths, and teach them a freaking lesson. So don't feel bad if you guys have that little, oh shoot, am I rooting for the bad guy? No, you're rooting for the people who are against the Epstein pedo class. That's the side you want to be on. If you guys are wondering what side to be on, that's the side. Anybody who is burning a statue of Baal in the middle of their city right now, that's who to be on the side of. Okay? Just in case you guys were confused, let's just start with that. Okay. With that, we're going to take a little 2.5 or 3 minute. Don't go anywhere. Actually, go somewhere. Go to the bathroom. Go get a drink. Return a text or two. Do what you got to do. We'll be right back with some top censored news of the week, followed by a little talking back with Nurse Leslie. We'll see you guys soon. Okay. Oh, got to queue up the thing. Here it is. Oh, wrong button. Okay, here we go. We are queuing it up. We'll be right back in about 3. See you guys soon.
If you could say something to President Trump and he was going to hear you right now, what would it be?
You are a worthless pile of
And you voted for him how many times?
3 times. That was my bad. Apparently, I'm an idiot.
Okay, we are back. We're just setting things up here, guys. Thanks for being with us here on this Thursday show. The Homeless Left, the non-tribal approach to news. I think we got everything good now. Man, it's been a good show so far. We've had Craig Pasta JARDULA. We have had Danny Shaw. We're talking Iran. We're talking Cuba. We're talking about the two-party capture. And we even let you know that there's a new MAGA poll about 100% in favor of Trump. That's wild. And you know what's even more wild is that a network like CNN thinks that's really crazy, and it made some stupid football Miami Dolphin reference to it. That's not journalism, guys. That ain't journalism. That's called propaganda, and we know who that's for, because we know that these networks are all being bought off by the biggest Zionist technocrat, I would say, is Israeli spyware billionaire psychopath Larry Ellison is now buying up all of these media companies. Not just the media as in the news media. We're talking about entertainment media too. We're talking about Paramount TV, Warner Brothers. He just got Warner Brothers. You think your social media is safe? Nah, he's got TikTok too. And they're working on also getting Twitter, because you just have to, according to Netanyahu, we just have to nudge Elon in the right direction, right? Nudge him. He's a friend. Elon's a friend. But in the meantime, it's Ellison that has captured all of these outlets. And hey, that's the way capitalism works, right? Hey, if you work really hard, you invest in Israeli spyware, and the government gives you all these free handouts, and they turn their head when you break all the laws that are in place. You too can become a billionaire in investing in something that murders people and controls people on behalf of a greatest ally in the world, is what they call it. And then you can go on and start buying up all these monopolies in all these other industries as well. So Yay, capitalism. Yay, American exceptionalism. Or should I say Israeli exceptionalism? I think we might be ready for that one. Okay, I think we are set up here now. Let's go ahead and kick off top censored news of the week. Here we go. Uncanceled Comedy Collective presents top censored news of the week. It's top censored news of the week. We're bringing you the stories the mainstream media just refuses to cover. If they do cover them, they always do it in a very dishonest or sloppy way. And it's always on purpose. Let's get to the number 3 story this week that no one's really talking about, but just as important as the stuff we are talking about. And this is very unfortunate. Coming at number 3, Israelis' assault on Lebanon has forcibly displaced over 1 million Lebanese people in less than 3 weeks. I kid you not, and you're not going to see this covered because we're just looking at Iran, and the mainstream does not want to tell you about this. Here's a recent discussion Trump had about Lebanon, and there's no even indication in this room, in this press room, in the Oval Office. There's no indication at all that this is happening in real time. But this is the leader of the free world, as they say, and his comments on Lebanon as we're committing this assault in real time.
Expected to expand its ground offensive in southern Lebanon to go after Hezbollah. Have you discussed that with Israeli leaders?
Yeah.
And does the United States support a potential Israeli invasion of Lebanon?
Yeah, no, I did. And I know look, Hezbollah is a problem. It's been a problem for a long time, not just now. And it's a certain area, because I was with the other night a person whose parents live in Lebanon. This is a very substantial person, wealthy person, whose parents live in Lebanon. I said, really? How do you live in Lebanon? Your parents are living? Oh, yeah, they live there. And over the years, they've gotten used to the fact that it's being bombed. But they explained to me that it's really a different section of Lebanon. It's the section where Hezbollah is. And they get used to it, I guess. I don't know. I mean, people live in Ukraine. You would think they wouldn't live in Ukraine, but they live in Ukraine. I don't know that I'd do that, but they live in Ukraine. They live in Lebanon. Hezbollah is a big problem, and they're rapidly being eliminated. Thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate it.
They're rapidly being eliminated, and that's what he's alluding to. Is the activity? I say activity modestly. It's the destruction that we are causing right now on the ground in Lebanon, and it's not being reported on. Here is the latest we got from Al Jazeera Plus. A group of Israeli soldiers are now, guess what they're doing, guys? Filming themselves, looting the homes in Lebanon like they did in Gaza. So this is the same blueprint, right? The same playbook. Israel's assault on Lebanon has forcibly displaced a million, just like we said in the opening. This is happening right now. These videos, they're very new. These are happening right now in real time, but there is something oddly familiar about them, isn't there? Unbelievable. And the reason that feels so familiar is because it's exactly what they've already conditioned to do, because we've been okay with them. It's just totally acceptable. They're breaking the law. They're uploading these videos on the internet, and there's no repercussions at all. Want to see another one? Kind of familiar. kind of familiar activity now. This is from the Gray Zone, from Max Blumenthal. Israel just attempted to assassinate Steve Sweeney, a journalist reporting from southern Lebanon. What? An attempted assassination on a reporter. Where have we seen that before? The terrorist regime has murdered hundreds of journalists over 2 to 3 years will never recover from this. Well, I as far as recover, they seem to be able to get away with it every single time. We hope they won't recover from it, but here's the actual coverage. He was doing it as they were attempting to kill him. Watch this.
Attacks were reported against Nahariya and a minute. Fucking hell. Fuck. Where?
Wow. This is absolutely despicable. And thank God he survived that. And you guys know this. Yes, over 200 journalists have been murdered in Palestine. They're now doing this in Lebanon. And Trump is talking about, Lebanon. Oh, we got to get Hezbollah. Same playbook all over again. We know this is all part of what? The Greater Israel Project. And that's why it's going to keep happening little by little. Don't fall for the shit where they say, if we wanted to do a genocide, we would just do it. Well, you are doing it. It's strategic. It's little by little until everything is a parking lot, not just Gaza, not just Palestine, where everyone around you has been flattened. Every single neighbor turned into a parking lot. That's what would happen if we don't stand up and do something about it. So that's your number 3 story. Okay. Coming at number 2, also can't say this is good news, guys. Can't say this is good news at all. Number 2 story this week, Israel has dropped charges against 5 Israeli soldiers who were accused of sexually abusing, raping a Palestinian detainee at the Sid Taman detention facility back in 2024. And you guys might remember that this happened. We did cover it at the time. What had occurred was this footage leaked. It wasn't supposed to get out. It got out. And then once it was out, there was people that on the rest of the world that saw it and shared it and said, you can't do this. You can't rape what you call prisoners. They're actually hostages. So let's be clear on the language. They choose to say prisoners. These are hostages, and you're sexually abusing them. You're raping them, and you're doing it on camera. That's what is actually happening. It's pretty disgusting. And now we get the news that Israel has let these twisted, sick fucks of the IDF back onto the street. Why did they do that? Well, let's look closer at the story. And yes, this is the right to rape. This is the protests in the street. Just to remind you guys, if you remember this story, the protests in the street in Israel, when these IDF soldiers were detained and they were charged with rape, you have the people get in the streets to say, no, let them go. We have a right to rape Palestinians. And that's what they were upset about. They literally got in the street to cry, no, let them go. They did nothing wrong. Of course, you're allowed to rape people who you're better than because we're superior and they're less than scum on the bottom of our shoes. If you follow the Talmud, that's what they are. That's exactly the case they made. And apparently that case was heard and it was received. It was heard loud and clear, and it was received. Here's a little breakdown of what occurred here in the Israeli court.
Charges, the military advocate general has essentially given soldiers a license to rape so long as the victim is Palestinian. What's really sad is that in the minds of the Israeli public, this case has become about the conduct of the military advocate general as opposed to the conduct of those soldiers who apparently brutally raped a man who was handcuffed. The claim that this case is dismissed because of lack of evidence is untrue. This case is dismissed as part of a long series of willful decisions by military attorneys not to hold soldiers accountable for crimes they are committing against detainees. This government in particular has advanced a tribalistic messianic narrative that the Jews are destined to control this land, our enemies are Muslims or Arabs or I don't know who. And you see that certainly in statements by senior government officials saying we need to back our security forces even when they commit rape.
Oh my God. I mean, it's so disgusting. It's so disgusting. And when this was reported by outlets, I tried to see what kind of coverage is this getting? What kind of coverage is this getting? According to, I didn't know this, Robin. 6 is actually the victory number, and 666 is actually our number for Cartoon 12, if I remember. They hate you knowing, like you to believe in only badness and everything. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Let's look at the way this actually was reported. They're telling us, here at Reuters that Israel has dropped the charges against the soldiers accused of abusing. I like how they just say abusing in the headline, because it's more than abuse, right? It's more than just abuse. And the picture they use is interesting because this is Israelis cheering this on. They're saying, "Yay, we won." They got to let them free, like free IDF. They can do no wrong. And this is the actual report of it happening. Yes, the 5 soldiers were, and in the article they say they were accused of torturing, but they were also accused of sodomizing. That's not in here. And they were let go. The military announced a decision at a time when much of the country's attention is focused on the war with Iran. And all of Western media outlets are also focusing on the war with Iran, so they're not covering this really. This is just kind of in the back. Of course, Netanyahu. Now, we'll say this: Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. We'll just say the AI version of him praised the decision. The state of Israel must hunt down its enemies, not its own heroic fighters. The AI said in an AI generated statement. Of course, we can assume that much from their trusted leader of the artificial intelligence realm where he is living right now. So there it is. They got out. And if you guys remembered how this footage originally got out to the public, we were reminded of that by UNN. This the moment, I'll play the actual footage for you guys so you can see it. It's shocking. They didn't want it to get out, but the moment that he was gang raped, he's not a prisoner. He's not a detainee. I mean, they can call it a Palestinian detainee. He's a hostage. Because he's not tried. These are Palestinians who are not tried in court. They're just thrown into prison they're hostages for nothing. There's no legal system designed to put them through a fair trial. So they're not. I mean, you call them detainee. They're not prisoners. They're hostages. The Israeli military, the top lawyer who actually got this footage out, was forced into resigning once the footage leaked, because it shows the whole gang rape happening on camera. And now no one knows where she is still. And it's almost 2 years later. And she has gone missing from public life since she's the one that leaked this. And now there's speculation that she has, quote unquote, committed suicide. And that's where we're at there. But this is in case you didn't even know about this footage or you want the horrible, shocking reminder. Here it is. Absolutely disgusting. And even the more sick and twisted part is the Israelis that are celebrating that these 5 men you see in this shot are all free on back home, back in the streets of Tel Aviv, ready to go back to their lives of probably more abuse, more disgusting, horrible, horrific behavior. And what's worse is they have the population of the Israelis on their side. That's the worst part. And that's the part that's hardest for us to process in this, that the majority of Israelis are for this. The majority of Israelis want to murder and kill and rape and torture others who they consider goyim, and they don't feel that they should be held responsible for any of that they have that superiority to do that. The majority of them, not a handful of them, the majority. And that's how bad this is. But that's why we have to report on this. And it's another tragic news this week on Top Censored News. Coming in at number 1, this one's probably the most disturbing, and that's why it's coming in at number 1, because we're still trying to figure this one out. AI technocrats are apparently summoning an antichrist demon on behalf of Israel. What? Wait, so the technocrats, okay. This is a little nutty. Let's start from the beginning. Let's start with Peter Thiel. You didn't take Peter Thiel as one of these. I mean, he's a Zionist, but did you take him for somebody who was participating in these type of rituals? Yeah, well, he's in the Epstein files. He's somebody that Epstein put in touch with the ex-prime minister of Israel, hooked them up for his company for Palantir. So this is the guy who created this technocracy age, this surveillance state. Let's see what he's been up to in the recent weeks. If you guys didn't know, now you know. Peter Thiel's that he's been holding secret lectures on Antichrist in Rome. What? Huh? What the F? Yeah. The billionaire Peter Thiel, a venture capitalist and MAGA donor, is in Rome this week for a series of private lectures on the Antichrist. It's an event that the Vatican and the Pope are treating with caution. Thiel's talks are closed to the media and taking place at an undisclosed location. An invitation seen by the Associated Press says the co-founder of PayPal and Palantir, Psychopath Technologies, LLC, will focus on the Antichrist, a figure in Christian teaching who comes to oppose Jesus Christ before the second coming. Very interesting timing that you would do that on behalf of Israel, which is what Palantir is, which is what Peter Thiel is. That the whole surveillance state that's being implemented right now. It's what ICE is. It's how all the Palestinians are being murdered with his technology, with Larry Ellison's Oracle technology. It's all on the behalf of Israel. So what is up with this Antichrist? What's going on here? So the appearance of Thiel on the Vatican's doorstep has raised eyebrows, given the tension between Thiel's thinking and that of Pope Leo. 2 Catholic institutions have distanced themselves from the lecture series, as they should, which continues through Wednesday. Thiel has previously written and lectured on the subject, arguing that the Antichrist is not necessarily a person. It's not a person, okay? But it could come as and this is the key, guys, a global government system. What system? What system? So we're not talking about a person. Are we talking about an actual, fantasy character that comes up from hell? I don't think that's what he means. I think he's talking about a system. Well, what kind of system would be able to do this? A system that would take control, as he argued, by exploiting people's fears around artificial intelligence, climate change, or nuclear war. I wonder what system he's referring to there. Well, in a supposed unrelated event, which we're saying here at THL, this might not be unrelated at all, but at the exact same time, the Patriot Voice is putting this out there. We saw this from a number of sources, according to reports coming out of Israel from a widely known rabbi who is saying that they're expecting an announcement of the Jewish Messiah. And that's supposed to be today. I haven't heard that it's happened, but they were talking about this prediction, a Jewish Messiah who some say works as a, I would say, some say as the Antichrist, right? Jewish Messiah could be interpreted as the Antichrist that comes. So it depends here. But what are people predicting? Where's this coming from? What is this about, and why now? Well, the rabbi actually claims that their Messiah that was supposed to be announced on the first day of Nisan on the Hebrew calendar, which I believe is today, that the site of the Strait of Hormuz. Oh no, it's actually at this exact place that has been locked down and where this final war is. Oh my God! So all of these different predictions, it's all coming at some inner pass right now. Today is what they're saying. That's the prediction, right? The reason the Messiah, this Messiah will come is apparently to remove the head of Almalek. Almalek is the character or the thing that represents the resistance to Israel, right? The resistance to Zionism. So this is the conquest of Zionism that they say is happening right now. So, what comes from this? Well, this is just one TikToker who wanted to discuss this really quickly. Again, we're not validating all these claims, because again, they're just predictions, and today is the day it's supposed to happen. And I don't see that being announced, but all this seems to line up with the merging of the technology, Peter Thiel and Palantir, and the calendar of when this Iran war is happening. It seems like it's all merging here together, and it's worth noting the timing of everything.
Listen up. Leading rabbi says the Messiah could arrive Thursday, cites 500-year-old book naming the Strait of Hormuz as site of final war. The article goes on to say a respected Israeli rabbi is making a striking claim. The Messiah will be announced this Thursday, the first day of the Hebrew month of Nisan and the beginning of the biblical calendar year. It says the timing is tied directly to one of the most strategically volatile waterways on Earth. It says this Thursday, and there will be an announcement. And he declared in a lecture that has been circulating widely. The radio will broadcast from Jerusalem, and in 5 minutes we will hear a warning. The Messiah has arrived. And it goes on to talk about how the Jewish calendar designates Nisan as the first month, the month of redemption. And then it talks about the Exodus and how the Messiah is predicted to come on the first day of Nisan, this Thursday. But get this, the sages connect this expectation to the destruction of Amalek, the enemy of Israel, what remains of the war against our enemies. We must finish them, particularly the leaders, by this Thursday. Then he says he joked with President Trump, saying you must finish the job by Thursday, which means this week might get interesting with the war.
Well, so again, today's Thursday. We're not seeing that announcement or that phone call that went out, unless we missed it here. We've been going through a feed and we haven't seen it. But there's one more part to this story I think is important, because this was Tim Dillon put this out, and it was a little while ago, not too long ago. But he was commenting on the tech part of this, that it's not just Peter Thiel doing this. There is a technocrat element in play here, as far as what are they working towards? What is this thing? What is this system that Thiel is talking about? Let's try to do some detective work, because I think Tim Dillon might nail it here. We're talking about this kind of race against time to be the entity which Palantir is trying to be, and all the Western and Israeli tech is trying to be the entity that dominates the global system of control. We have to do it before who? Who do we have to beat? Who do we have to beat? China. Okay, so he's going to piece this together just a little bit. Check this out.
One of the things that is always...
The clip is Sam Altman. So this is your OpenAI psychopaths. You got Peter Thiel, psychopath, Palantir. You got Sam Altman. He's the OpenAI psychopath. Listen to this clip, and Tim Dillon's going to break this down. And this all connects to everything. This connects to the Iran war. This connects to this prediction of the Jewish Messiah. It connects to why Peter Thiel is giving lectures at the Catholic Church in Rome about the Antichrist and suggesting that AI is bringing this on?
Unfair in this comparison is people talk about how much energy it takes to train an AI model relative to how much it costs a human to do one inference query. But it also takes a lot of energy to train a human. It takes like 20 years of life and all of the food you eat during that time before you get smart. And not only that, it took like the very widespread evolution of the 100 billion people that have ever lived and learned not to get eaten by predators and learned how to like figure out science and whatever to produce you, and then you took whatever you.
So here's what's going on. I don't want to scare anyone. These people all believe that they are communicating with some ancient Sumerian deity. I know this I have kind of sources on this. They believe they really do. They believe they are communicating with super intelligence, and they do believe, and he just said it out loud, by the way. He literally just said, he was like, the 100 million years of evolution, all of the 20 years of life, they have all led to this point. And this point is when we are going to give birth, as I've said on the show before, because this is their main goal, to the AI demon. They want to give birth to the AI demon, the super intelligent AI, who is then going to run the planet and decide who stays, who goes, who's necessary, who's not. They're pretty open about this. This is the thing about all of the AI people, all of the tech people. They really are, they really are pretty transparent when it comes to what they want to do and what they need to do in their minds, because they go, if China gets to it first, if China unleashes the AI demon before we unleash our AI demon, our American AI demon, Western values, America, rah-rah AI demon, and China enslaves their population with their demon, they will sell the world their demon, and then that demon will enslave the world, and then they'll make all the money, and they'll have all the geopolitical leverage, and they'll have all the military advantages. So in this, quote, AI arms race, we are both racing, the U.S. and China, to give birth to an ancient Sumerian super intelligent demon. And your Aunt Connie in Phoenix, who's a receptionist, is fucked.
And he goes on to talk about how you can't even have this conversation with people who haven't been even paying attention to any of this. They haven't been paying attention to the child sex trafficking. They don't know what's going on in the Epstein files. They don't really know what all this interventionism, American exceptionalism, imperialism, and Greater Israel Project is. They don't know how bad the AI actually is. People that are using ChatGPT and think that it's really fun, that it can tell you, how to write a paper for class, or how to whatever, do a recipe to make a meal. Like it's so beyond their comprehensions what he's talking about. So how do we even have this discussion? And I'll say to you guys right now, because wherever you're coming from right now, from a spiritual, religious, non-religious, it doesn't really matter, because we're basically non-religious here. We understand that you can use religion against people. And we understand that when we talk about summoning an antichrist, that some people can actually believe that literally, and it might be literal for them. But what he's actually saying here, and what I think these technocrat psychopaths like Peter Thiel and Sam Altman, they're the Zionist type, the Zionist mind, who we know aren't necessarily based at all in actual religion. They're based in using religion against people. So you're talking about summoning an antichrist. You're actually talking about creating an AI entity. If we're able to create dead people and make them alive again, you certainly can summon an antichrist in an AI form and have that domination of the planet occur. And whether you're religious or not, you'll believe it's an actual demon, or it won't be. But at the end of the day, it won't even matter. It won't even matter, because what is a demon anyway? A demon is the behavior of the entity. The entity can be a human being. It can be the entity of a fake human being. It could be just the entity that is created and imagined by groupthink, who think that they're being possessed So whether, again, you can believe that literally, we're not, no fault of your own. We're not challenging that. You can believe it literally or not. But certainly these people in power right now and the technocracy psychopaths that are pushing this war against China to win this battle of who's controlling the planet in the post Epstein phase, right? Because we're now in post Epstein territory. What's the next Epstein Island going to be? What is that going to look like? And so there is a war, a battle, or a race to see who gets to control the next Epstein Island, whatever that island, how that takes form, whatever that looks like. So do you think that all of a sudden they just stop eating babies? I mean, right? Like, oh, we got them. Thousands and thousands of years, right? This isn't just a unique group of people that got on an island together and started sending emails about pizza and started trafficking kids and eating them. This is a tradition of thousands of years. So the next entity could be in the AI sphere, and then the next entity of worshiping Baal and this whatever Antichrist that we're talking about that was supposed to align up with this Thursday or not, they'll probably have, because today is the day, it's supposed to be today. So they'll have another prediction ready to go. If it wasn't today, it'll be the next first day of this, whatever, holy day, whatever the hell they want to say it is. But we are in this war with Iran. We know that land is very valuable to the Greater Israel Project. We know that they're trying to get their hands on that right now. And Iran is fighting back. So we just got to hope Iran keeps fighting. But keep your eye on this, guys. These technocrats, they're just as psychotic as those Israeli Zionists. They're just as psychotic. You might not think so because they're giving you little gadgets to play with, and you think it's so fun to have your little chat GPT. But this same technology is being used against us right now. So understand that these are not your friends just because they give you something, a fun little thing, a little gadget that you think is fun to incorporate into your life. Makes your work go faster. Makes your communications easier. You think it makes your communications harder because it's taking away your humanity. Just so you know, if you're relying on a gadget now, on an entity to tell you how to talk to people, how to problem solve, you're losing your humanity doing that. Just so you know. But these people aren't your friends. They're all part of the Epstein class. All these billionaires. Just so you know, they're all psychotic. They're delusional, sociopathic nut jobs who like to eat babies. And this has been a top censored news of the week. Okay, guys, let's do this. I think we were looking at the tech right now to make sure. We might have to do a little adjustment with Nurse Leslie. We might have to do a little adjustment there, but we do have one more story. So we'll go ahead and do that. And we'll try and get Nurse Leslie set up. We might have to ad-lib this, but we're used to doing that. We'll figure it out. But we're glad you guys are here and we have some more show for you. So let's go ahead. We'll take one more little interlude. So go grab you guys a little snack or a drink. We'll be right back in about 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes. We'll give it 2.5 minutes. Okay. We'll see you guys soon. Okay, we are back with some more Homeless Left. We are just making sure we got everything in gear here. We actually have some more show for you guys here. We're going to be talking back to you in just a moment. We're going to try to bring Nurse Leslie in here in a moment, but I do have one story I wasn't able to get to last night, and I know you guys that like to keep tabs on the things that we tell you, because we always like to be people of our word when we say we're going to get back to something next week. Well, this is that something. We are back. This week is the next week. In this case, there's a story that got left out last week. It's very important. It comes from HOLLYWOKE, so we're going to do we're going to call it This Week in HOLLYWOKE, but it's this is about the climate, and we basically had the Oscars last week. We covered all that bullshit, all the propaganda there, the war. There was so much war propaganda, Ukraine stuff, all that shit, all the Sean Penn, Zelensky stuff. They're still doing that. This is a larger story going on. So let me cue up the HOLLYWOKE open, And yeah, this is another aha moment we had about the movies that we've been watching and being fed our entire lives. Here we go. This week in HOLLYWOKE, we need to look at the climate of our film industry, not from the point of view of what these dumbass celebrities are doing and what they're standing for and all the little hashtags and all the wokeness and what they can do, can't do. If you go too hard for Palestine, you're out. You can say something about Trump, fuck Trump if you're Robert De Niro, but you can't comment on the actual Iran war. You can't say the word Iran. You can't do any of this. But there's a method to the films themselves. You guys know this method. We've been covering this. A lot of these are eye-openers from just in the last 20 years. Just to remind you, some of them we've had and we reference these films. So you guys know how important The Matrix is, telling us in 1999, telling us that there is an actual thing we're plugged into. And this wasn't just sci-fi. This is literally explaining to us how when you're plugged into it, you don't notice what's going on in the real world. This is not the real world we're living in. So there's so many references here to how we are controlled as a people. Matrix was telling us this. We thought it was sci-fi. This one is so important. We talk about Minority Report so much that this pre-crime thing, it's not sci-fi. They made us think it was because they had this little precog little thing where they were like these fortune tellers in a pool of like thick liquid. That was just the way to make it look like it was a fun popcorn flick. But no, Minority Report is about the usage of AI, telling us in advance, we know what your behavior is before you do it. And we're going to knock on your door and we're going to arrest you for a crime you haven't committed yet, because our system is right and you can't question it. And you can't defend yourself because we know the future, because we know you, because the algorithm says you're going to commit a crime, you're arrested. Now we have pre-crime in health. It's called pre-health. Larry Ellison telling us that, don't worry, Oracle's going to be so good at detecting your cancer before you get it. It's called pre-health, right? We'll give you some mRNA, some gene therapy. What if I don't have cancer? Well, actually, I don't have cancer. Well, you don't know you have it because you're going to get it later. That's what this movie's about. Good reference point for us now. Terminator 2, we talk about this all the time, that this Skynet was real. It was real. This is the moment right now. We have to decide, are you on the John Connor resistance team? Or are you going to be pro Palantir, pro ICE, pro IDF, pro the Iranians want us to kill them. They're cheering it on. Are you that, or are you with the resistance? Great reference points, but then things get a little more weird when we look at Eyes Wide Shut. We know that the references that Kubrick was trying to put out there, the child sex trafficking underground shit, that didn't even make it into the film. We got all the adult stuff, the underground, the code word to get in the door, the mask, the weird, dark, satanic S-ish stuff going on in there, sexualized, really weird shit. That's the stuff that they didn't let Kubrick put out, and then all of a sudden he was no longer alive to tell us that it wasn't the movie he wrote or the movie that they shot, because it didn't end up in the final cut. Then we look at some of these cartoons and we go, oh, shit, they were telling us in Monsters, Inc. They were telling us about the adrenochrome. It was right there. It was right there in a nice little Disney Pixar film showing us how monsters survive. They survive off of kids' fear, and it comes in a red liquid. It's cartoon red liquid, but go watch it. It's red liquid. It goes through a tube, and the monsters get powerful from that fear. The more the kid is afraid, the more the adrenochrome works. They don't call it adrenochrome, but we know what that is. So these are all eye-opening moments. And then this is like, you guys, just another cartoon in your face for the whole family to understand that the chosen ones are the ones that God comes in and protects, and then he punishes the Egyptians. He tells them, you know what? You let my people go. And then he has all the babies suffocate to death in this cartoon. There's literally a suffocation scene that God, he initiates a suffocation of newborn babies in a child cartoon. And he says, this is for my people. My people are the chosen ones. That's all been ingrained in us. We know all this. Do you guys want to know the latest one we just discovered? I wanted to remind you because we've come a long way. We've come a long way with all these film references. Do you want to know what the newest one we just discovered? This one. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. There was one more. Schindler's List was more recent. We go, oh, shit. Schindler's List was what? What was it? It was a justification for Nakba. That's what that was. The whole movie leading up to what? What's the final scene of Schindler's List? The final scene of Schindler's List is what? The redemption of the people that survived, that Schindler saved, and everything they've been through. They need a path to safety, to what do you call it? The promised land. They have a path right to it. It's called Palestine. They say there's a land waiting for you. It's just sitting there. Nobody's there. It's waiting for you. God wanted this to happen. And they walk into the distance, and that's the end. The camera pans back. And you have the Nakba, which happens after the movie, after the credits roll. They don't show you that. That's the epilogue. That would be the scene if Spielberg had this credits roll, and then you say, oh, is there a bonus scene like a Marvel film? Well, that's what should be at the end. The credits should go up, and then we should have the epilogue of Schindler's List should be the murdering and pillaging and raping and burning alive all the Palestinians that they went and took the land from. That is what that should be. But they forgot to put the epilogue on the film. Now for a new one, guys. Now for a new one. Did you know The Social Network didn't even happen? What? The entire story's contrived. Did you know that? Did you know that this character Jesse Eisenberg plays? Did you know that this is a character who wasn't a dork he's dorkish, but he wasn't a dork in his dorm room that was trying to get girls' attention and came up with a rating system that he could rate classmates at his college campus. Did you know that that's not actually what happened? Not at all. It's the complete opposite. So this story was contrived. Aaron Sorkin put the story together and made us think that, because they're exposing something, that this guy was actually turned out to be a prick, and they had that fallout with the Andrew Garfield character. So none of that was real. Do you want to know what really happened? Well, we're going to let this is when we found, and then we looked into it. So this is a brief breakdown of what really happened and why this movie is used as a cover. Social Network is a cover, so you didn't know what the Facebook entity was actually about. Here's a hint. It was a CIA operation. It was a Mossad job from the effing beginning.
Facebook movie is a giant lie. It's a propaganda piece. That was a Pentagon program called LifeLog. LifeLog is a Pentagon program that wants to collect all your data for your whole life. What day did the government stop the LifeLog project?
Whoa. DARPA shut down the LifeLog project February 4th, 2004.
What day was Facebook registered as a business?
Oh my God. No way, bro.
The exact same day. They don't
even hide it. The same effing day that Facebook launched. So in the film, with the whole launching of it, no, this was a military operation.
Even hide it, dude.
It was created by DARPA.
Yeah, they handed it to Mark Zuckerberg, and then the Vossel twins.
What about the other? Yeah.
That's all. And that's why they became the first Bitcoin millionaires, because they played ball. Oh my God. It's all theater, dude.
So what is the purpose of LifeLog?
To collect all your data for your whole entire life.
To collect all your data for your whole entire life. And we still fall for this bullshit of good billionaire and bad billionaire, right? Mark Zuckerberg was good billionaire until he voted for Trump, right? What else? Jeff Bezos was good billionaire until he got on the Trump team. Elon was good billionaire until he got on the Trump team, until he got Twitter. Bad billionaire now. Good billionaire, bad billionaire. Guess what? Newsflash, they're all bad billionaires. All of them. You know how I know? Do you know how I know? Because you can't make $1 billion in a lifetime by working harder than everyone. You can't even make $1 billion by being lucky. Right place, right time. That's not how it works. You only can make $1 billion by having it be handed to you by family or by being hand selected by a government entity that feeds it to you, because the point is, and Trump told us about this his first term. He told us about how favors work. So how money works. they give you the money to become a billionaire. So it's socialism. It's the ultimate socialism for the rich. Just so you know, our entire system of billionaires is based on a lie. It's based on your hand selected to be a pawn of the military, of the billionaire class. You become that thing. And then you are entitled, then you are now owned by that thing. And the way you got to those billions was that rules were broken for you. People turn their heads so you can break laws to get there. You're given all of this cushion to do anything you want. None of it is earned. None of it is what you call capitalism. None of it is that. So that's what Zuckerberg was. So we looked it up. We looked up LifeLog, and there you go. This is from this was absolutely checks out. You can get this on, you can see this on Wikipedia. This LifeLog, which no longer exists, they changed it to Facebook. Facebook is the new name of LifeLog. LifeLog was a DARPA project, right? It was the solicitation pamphlet. According to the pamphlet in 2003, it was to be an analog based system that captures, stores, and makes accessible the flow of one person's experience in and interactions with the world in order to support a broad spectrum of associates, assistants, and other system capability. The objective of LifeLog was to be able to trace the threads, right? The threads. What is that from? Thread? Social media thread? What? Oh, yeah, to trace the threads of an individual's life. Now, we didn't have threads back in 03 or 04, but when Facebook came along, we learned a whole new lexicon of language, from posting, right, to thread, get off my feed, DMs, all this stuff, new language, right? New language came with the territory, right? So that's what this military project was. It was to trace the threads of an individual's life in terms of events, states, and relationships. It has the ability to take in all of the subject's experience. So it takes everything in, from phone numbers dialed and email messages viewed to every breath taken, step made, and place gone. Oh, like Google Maps. So all the MapQuest, remember MapQuest in the same time, 2002, 3, remember that? MapQuest. Now we have Google. Now we got Google Maps, right? Do you remember Pokemon Go? Did you know you were working for, if you did Pokemon Go, did you know you were working for free for the government? Did you know that? If you went around to play that stupid game, you were working for free. You were giving them all of the information they needed to then now use against us later. And they didn't even have to pay you to do that. You were a sucker. If you did Pokemon Go, you were a sucker. You were doing the work. And I don't mean to, you didn't know. You didn't know any better. You were used. You were used and abused and you didn't know it. Well, now you know. So the news reports in the media described LifeLog as the diary to end all diaries. And they got us to put our diaries out in public, right? That it became cool to journal your life publicly. That was the point. Again, this did not come from a dorm room of a dorky kid who couldn't get laid. That's not what happened. Not in any way, shape, or form. The entire thing was contrived. Is what Hollywood is there for. Hollywood is there to tell stories that aren't true, or hint at things that are true, or in certain cases be whistleblowers to things that you're not supposed to find out, like Stanley Kubrick tried to do, and then he no longer is alive for whatever reason. So that's what Hollywood is for. So according to U.S. government officials, LifeLog is not connected with DARPA's total information awareness. Okay, well, that's good. At least government officials, they clarified that had no connection to that. Thank you, government officials. The LifeLog program was canceled on February 4th, 2004, the very day that Zuckerberg got Facebook public, and you were able to start your Facebook account, I think, pretty soon after that. There it is. February 4th, 2004, Facebook was launched by a kid who couldn't get laid until he proved himself. Hope he got laid so much after this. Thank God. He just he really proved that any nerd can do it. If you just put your mind to it, every nerd, you can accomplish anything, right? Back to the Future. George McFly, nerd. Anyways, you guys know that reference. All right. So along with Eduardo Sovereign, Andrew McCullum, Dustin Mosovitz, and Chris Hughes, originally named The Facebook. You guys know that part of the story, the Facebook. And then Justin Timberlake's character, right, comes in from Napster and says, take out the. Take out the. Brilliant. And there you go. So again, that's what Hollywood is for. Let's be open to more of these discoveries. We're certainly open to these discoveries in HOLLYWOKE, because when we know this stuff, we can use it in our advantage when we look ahead, and we can see it coming a mile away. We can see when they make why would they wait so many years to make Top Gun Maverick? It wasn't because they got sentimental and they're like, hey, Tom, you want to do this? It'll feel good. No, it didn't feel good for what's her name, who got left out. Two of the actresses got left out, Meg Ryan and the other one got left out. It wasn't a big fat reunion. Top Gun Maverick was about manufacturing consent to bomb Iran. That's what that was. So we can detect it now in advance when it's happening. We didn't know at the time for Facebook, The Social Network, Aaron Sorkin. Oh, the human story. He found the human story. You too can be a billionaire if you too want to get laid at your college. You can do it. Just make sure you put your head down, and if you try hard enough, you can accomplish anything. And that's this week in HOLLYWOKE. All right, we're having some fun, guys. I'm having some fun today. I'm liking this. I'm liking you guys. We're gonna go ahead and get to some talking back finally. And I know this is gonna be a hard one because you guys certainly came through today. So we're gonna totally do our best. I'm not gonna be able to do this on my own, but we're gonna definitely need some help. So let's go ahead and lead her in. You know her. It's Nurse Leslie, and it's time to talk back with you guys. I promise we'll do the best we can with what we have to work with. But you guys have showed up today. I will tell you that you guys showed up. Okay, let's go ahead. We'll lead it in. Here it is. Here we are. Hi, Leslie. It's your Nurse Leslie. There she is.
You can hear me. You can see me.
We can hear you. We can see you. We're so glad we got you in here today. Man, today has been a crazy, wild show. Oh my gosh.
It's been wild.
Oh
wow.
My gosh. And we said, what did we call it? It's funny because I always come up with these crazy titles. And I think this one was totally appropriate this time. We said, like, who would have, what do we say? Who would have thought that's what happened? Yeah. It's nobody saw this coming.
Nobody saw this coming. That was really good. Very creative, Matt.
So in a lot of ways, it's nobody saw this coming. Sometimes sarcastically, we're saying that because we knew how Iran was going to go, but also we didn't know we could get this far with this show. So we also very humbled that we didn't see this type of engagement coming. So we're going to try and do our best here, but I'm going to pass it to you, Nurse Leslie. And let's go ahead. Let's bring it on, guys. Let's bring it on.
Thank you. It's been really difficult choosing comments. I wish I could read all of them, but I think there's 1,000 or 2. I don't even know, but there's so many. Really awesome to see the engagement today. Really awesome to see people having discussions, debating even. There's 1 or 2 times where people got a little personal with somebody else. We don't appreciate name calling, just saying that, but we do appreciate friendly discourse and debates. Having said that, I think there's a lot of new viewers today. Really cool to have all of you on. My name is Leslie. I'm a specialty practice nurse. I'm not a politician. I'm not a political commentator. I'm an activist. I'm a voter. What I do know enough to know that I've been lied to my entire life, starting from birth to vaccinations, to our school education, now to college and the things we learned, and being a nurse. I work in healthcare, but I can see how much BS there is in healthcare, aka sick care. So I'm here to talk with you guys, and power to the people. Let's see what we have today. It's really nice to see a lot of you guys, a lot of new faces, a lot of new names. I love it. It's awesome. Really cool. Don't forget to hit the like and subscribe button, guys.
Oh yeah, the subscribe's important because if you, especially if you just found us now, because we want to make sure you get the notifications. If you're on Rumble, it's at The Homeless Left. That channel is no longer on YouTube, but our new channel is at THL Presents. So if you're finding us on either of those platforms, please hit the subscribe. You'll get notified when we go live, and you can get notified when we upload the segments too. If there's a particular one you like, you can get that out and start conversations with others, because it's all about conversations. One discussion at a time, one cock at a time. That's how we do it.
So I think you've read most of, if not all of Citizens, right?
Yeah,
Citizen has been a supporter of us for a while, so I don't know if you're still on, but thank you so much. Thank you for your engagement and for all the, what do they call them on YouTube?
It's super chats.
Super chats.
Yeah.
I was thinking of Rumble Rant. Super chats.
Oh, by the
yeah.
way, speaking of Rumble, because I was reminded that we did have the Do Dissidents raid earlier, and that was on Rumble, so it's called a Rumble raid, and we always appreciate that. Obviously, Keaton and Russ do incredible work over there, and we just want to, our hearts are going out to Keaton. He's just dealing with the loss of his mother right now, so we want to just say our support is there for him and all that.
Yeah,
and
we love all the Do Dissidents, and yes, a lot of love sent to our friend Keaton. We're so sorry to hear about these news. We're with you. So sorry. Okay, let me start. I'm just gonna read through a lot. If you want to comment, you can interrupt me, but there's so many good ones. I like this one from Evie. Matt looking good. Yo, pasta.
Oh, that's nice.
Kiwi Corner. What about the U.S. regime that started this effing war? With you on that, pulling the strings, responding to Kiwi. Americans always, memory hole, what the U.S. has done to their name.
We always memory hole. We
yeah.
always do that. We always, it's selective memory. It's how we're wired. We have to get out of that rut. We have to look beyond the headline and the 30-second attention span that are we down to 30? What's our attention span now? It was 3 minutes. Now it's at 30 seconds or something. It's like
a goldfish now.
Yeah.
High airwaves. Let's see, pulling the strings. One thing people have to realize about politicians is no matter how good they are, unless they got a security team that can deal with the CIA and Mossad, they can be got at and blackmailed or threatened.
Yeah.
Thank you, pulling the strings. The U.S. will always find a reason to go to war. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
What's up, Mary?
Not just find a reason. They will create the reason. So we're learning that it's not just.
Oh, you're right. Not just find, but create it.
Hey, boss. Hey, I think I found a reason. No, it's boss gives a order. Create the reason, or you're out. Right. So it's not I discovered. Look, we create it.
Mary Ploppins, great to have you as always. The bankers were bragging about how they make money on both sides during World War I.
Yep.
Pulling the strings. And then it was called the war to end all wars. And then they couldn't have that. So they came up with the Cold War.
It was genius marketing. They repackaged it and they had us all. Leslie, I don't know if you're in the same, you don't probably remember this, but we were all conditioned in school to do nuclear war I guess drills, which doesn't actually make any sense. But in the nuclear war during the Cold War scare in the late, when I remember in the 80s, we had to go hide under our desks if to prepare for a nuclear blast. Looking back, that makes no effing sense. I wonder if the teachers knew it made no sense, but they had to do it. It was instructed. We had
to God,
hide under our desks.
People a sense of comfort, I guess, but that under a desk, what is that going to do?
Yeah, I mean, they said in case there was like, an earthquake as a result, and if we happen to not be in the blast area, we could maybe survive from a building shattering, but we would never survive the radiation. It made no effing sense. But again, that was all created on purpose. The Cold War was a package. It wasn't Russia wasn't trying to kill us. Believe it, that wasn't. But we thought that. We were told that Russia's trying to kill us all through the 80s. And then they repackaged it again to the next generation with the with Russiagate. So they redid that again.
Thanks, Matt. I like this one from Nalem. And thanks to Nalem.
Yes.
They're always posting about the homeless left. Really cool.
And sharing on the account. Nalem has an account over on Upscrolled. And we appreciate that Nalem will reshare our live stream on Upscrolled. We haven't been over there yet. I admit it, but we want to get over there. But we like to, if anyone's there and they can see us on Upscroll, that's pretty awesome. So thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you. I like this comment though. IRS equals pyramid scheme. Ha! Thank you. Yellow Skittles only. USA is making it easy for Iran to flip other nations' alliances. Thank you, Yellow Skittles. Angela Neela July. If I'm saying that wrong, sorry. Israel has free medical and housing, all paid for by us, by yours truly. Ask them for the money back. How could we do that? I would love that back.
Well, I would at
We get
least
taxed so
like
much more.
acknowledgement from the conservative branch who's been pro-Israel
True.
their whole lives, who have been telling us, forget, we've been doing Medicare for all, and they're like, F you guys, and you go pull yourself up by your bootstraps and just work harder, and you should be able to afford your medical emergency. And meanwhile, we've been doing socialism for Israel the whole way. Are they going to acknowledge that they've been duped? They didn't realize this whole time? Unless they like that. They like the fact that Israel gets the healthcare and then we don't. And then we're radical lefties for wanting it, but you are right-wing conservative Christian Zionists for actually implementing it in a foreign country, not even here. Wow.
Yeah, American people, and I'm not talking about immigrants who can't get EBT and a lot of government help. American people that are on food stamps and EBT and all this other government help, they're mad at them.
Yeah.
People are mad at the people that need help, but
you're lazy.
They have no commentary on how much support and how much money we send overseas.
Yeah. And they told us to shut up. Don't do Medicare for all. Go work harder. Why are you in the street with a sign?
Go get 2 or 3 jobs, Matt.
Yeah.
Don't spend time with your kids. Go get more jobs.
And while you're at it, go get 2 or 3 more boosters, COVID shots, because you're gonna then need the Medicare for all that you didn't get. So good luck. So go work hard, so then you can afford paying for that heart attack, right? So yeah.
Hospitals are not free. You'll get billed, you guys. This one's funny. Purse 2407. Trump is Netanyahu's dog. I like that. Picture they have there. Cool.
Oh yeah.
I haven't seen Knick-Knack before. Have you? When our ancestors signed the Declaration of Independence and wrote the Constitution, they knew it and stood by it. This is the worst government we've had. It's a side circus. Aren't we kind of a circus for the whole world, Matt, right now?
I think so, but the circus, I think the Epstein changed. I think the Epstein moment changed everything. I mean, Craig Pasta has always said, look, we already knew what was in there, so it didn't change us. We knew all those things. We were on it. We knew Pizzagate was real. We knew that Bill Gates was plotting COVID. We knew 9/11 was obviously an Israel deal. We knew all of that. But it told the world, it time stamped it and said, you guys have been captured this whole time. The entire thing was one big hoax. And I think they feel bad for us. I don't think we personally are the clown show. I think when Trump and his team open their mouth, they are the clown show. We're not. I think they feel bad for us at this point. And now they can really see how bad it was, how they were really good at tricking us. They did a good job on us. I think we have empathy from the rest of the world in that regard. Israelis don't. By the way, Israelis don't have empathy. Americans have empathy. We're a little different. We're not the ones who signed up for the ethno state and starving to death our neighbor while we celebrate and have barbecues 2 feet away from these starving children. That's different. And the rest of the world knows that. Just so you guys know, we're not. This is different. Iran knows too. And as Tel Aviv's getting bombed, as Tel Aviv's getting exploded on right now, they can recognize the difference between Israelis cheering on genocide and Americans who are just stuck in their little party and they don't know any better. We just didn't know. So they know the difference.
I'm going to post this comment from a new viewer, and I want you to say something about it. From Tawny Brown, we're talking about the right wing and the left wing and blue versus red and all that stuff. She says Kamala wasn't raping children. Period. What do we say about that? It's dangerous thinking.
I get that. I see. Well, I'll start with this. Kamala had 100 days to prove herself. And in that 100 days, she made sure that you knew, and she was asked, how will your presidency be different than Biden? She says, nothing will be different. It'll be exactly the same. So Kamala stands behind everything Biden did. Everything Biden did involved protecting pedophilia the whole time. everything Biden did was on Hunter Biden's laptop. Everything Biden did was giving Netanyahu a blank check for genocide. Everything Biden did was censorship, lockdown, proxy war in Ukraine. Everything that Biden did was protecting the pedo class. And while he was groping children, while he was taking showers with his daughter that we saw in her journal, she's had a shower with her dad. So Kamala, and what do we know about Kamala getting into power in the first place? She mocks and laughs that she has a pen in her hand here in California. We know this in California. Kamala has a pen in her hand, and she knows that when she signs, when she's acting as the California prosecutor, and she knows she can accuse anybody who can't afford to defend themselves in court. She can accuse any of them of crimes like drugs, and she can plant drugs, and she can laugh about it. I have the power to put anyone in jail for the rest of their life. And it felt so good for her as a young 20-year-old. She said that I have so much power. I can lie about people and destroy their entire family. And it's just with a stroke of the pen. So I'm sorry, Kamala wasn't actually raping the children. Okay, thanks for pointing that out. I'll keep that in mind when the Democrats try to reel me back to the lesser of two evils, the side that doesn't challenge at all anything of those 4 years. And if you said Biden had a mental decline, he has a stutter. He has a stutter. Kamala told us too he has a stutter. So that's Kamala for you. That's Kamala.
Yeah. So I don't disagree with you, Tani. While she probably personally wasn't doing that, she also supported what's going on between what Israel is doing in Gaza. So they're not just doing what you just said; they're also murdering in mass numbers the children in Gaza, and she supports that. So there you go. Let's see. From the J. Scott Ascension.
Yes,
did I say that wrong? In Spanish, Ascension 7297. Semites seem to be mostly Palestinians. Oh, because I asked the question about that. Mostly Palestinians, Ethiopians, and maybe some Greeks and Romans too. Thank you, Jay. It was so cool to have him on today. He's commenting a lot. Really cool. Let me see. Don Shepard, ME3.
And just so people who are new to the show, Jay Scott is our regular co-host. He comes on at least once a week with us. He'll be on again next week. Part of the third party movement, We the People party. It's very important. We have third party support as we battle the oligarchy, we battle the duopoly. The whole thing's rigged. So Jay, we're looking forward to having him back on. But that's so you guys know.
Don Shepard says, Don Shepard ME3 says, I've lost childhood friends to MAGA, still want them back. And I just want to say, I've lost friends I've known for decades to the Democratic Party. I've lost them. What are they called? MAGA and
they're Blue MAGA.
Blue MAGA. But I've lost friends to the vote blue no matter who people as well. And I wish I could have some of those back. Not all of them. From Alvid Witch Wiggler 6905, the banking cartel is the biggest cultivator of extremists. That's right. From Angels Are Real 3, my friends who moved to Russia. Oh, I like this comment. Absolutely loved it. If you have 4 kids, Putin pays for your house or buys you one. We jokingly had talked about that, about future children. Where are we going to go? Russia, Florida, I don't know.
We know that Russia is in better shape with everything. They're in better shape with their infrastructure, their economy. Clearly now, Putin's sitting on a gold mine with all the energy and oil that he has to. So no, this whole thing about we're going to squeeze Putin to death and we're going to make the Russian citizens rise up and take him out. Oh my God, what a joke that was! What a joke. Okay, yeah.
I thought this one was funny. Yeah. Edward Pye. I vote for monkeys and bananas. Just a lot safer. You can't start World War III.
That's funny. I like that.
Mohammed, this proves that Israel is a small monster that derives its strength from a great monster. And some people think those two are reversed. I don't know. What do I know? Thanks, Mohammed, for tuning in. Jay Scott, We the People Party is the model to build common ground. Thank you, Jay.
Yeah, we always appreciate that. That there are people that put it into action. And we're not just calling out the problem. We're coming up with solutions. This is the website. You guys want to check out WTPnational.com. You can find out about We the People Party. It's kind of an umbrella group for anybody in the space that wants to challenge the two-party duopoly, which is awesome because we don't see that too often. We don't see even like the Green Party, which We the People embraces the Green Party, but I don't know if the Green Party embraces Green Party is the Green Party. The We the People Party is the party for all parties that are. So it doesn't matter what if you're a libertarian or wherever you are. We the People embodies all of it and implements this consistent, transparent model of holding people accountable no matter what party they're with, as long as they're challenging the two-party duopoly in some way, shape, or form.
I'll put this one up that came in recently. Oops, where'd it go? There are so many comments coming in. What do you say about this one at 422? Let me guess. Y'all are pivoting to Tucker in 28 if he runs from who knows 347.
Oh no, we don't pivot anywhere. If Tucker gets a platform going, we'll listen. We will listen. We will cover what he's doing. We'll report on it. We'll have discussions about it. And at the end of the day, we're not even going to tell you to do that. We're just saying, you know what, do the thing you want to do. But we were showing what Trump was doing, and we were showing when moments that it looked like things were odd and like that's weird. And then the assassination and the ear thing, and we were like, let's look at that. But no, make no mistake, Homeless Left, we're not here to align with somebody running for a political party, especially Republicans and Democrats going at each other. It's not what we're here to do. But if Tucker does something that shifts the balance of power, does it make a mark? We're absolutely going to cover it because that's what we're here to do. We're here to cover the news and do it in an honest way. And then we can have the discussions about what should we do as voters. There's a lot of options. You could just withhold a vote. You don't have to vote at all. But we can have that discussion. That's what it's about. So no, you're not going to see Tucker signs on the Homeless Left, but we will give him the fair coverage he deserves. And when he gets something right, we're going to effing announce it.
Yeah, I think we ruffled some feathers from some people, but that's okay. We like all debates, just no disrespect, please. Yona, any Wody? When the left cheek and right cheek squeeze together to crap on our heads, which cheek is worse? Thank you, Yona.
I like the rat. It's a funny reference. Love it.
Billy Steven, Americans vote for Republicans and Democrats, even if they are PDF files. Let me breeze through some of these. I'm not even halfway. I like the leg analogy from Stump Doll. Left foot, right foot, they both walk us into tyranny.
Yes, that's how it works. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right?
Yes.
March
Let
your
me
way.
see this one.
In some cases, we get Pied. In some cases, we get Pied Pipered walked, like Bernie Sanders did. He Pied Pipered us right back into the Democratic Party. We were on our way out, and then he goes, "No, right this way. We're going right back. We gotta take on the billionaire class. We gotta take on the establishment." It's like, but you're still in the Democratic Party. Yeah, but I'm an independent, so don't worry about the fact that I'm with the Democrats. Yeah, but they screwed you last time. Well, that's okay. I forgive them. So let's keep going, right? So that left foot, right foot.
Let's see what we have. We have so many. Longtime listener. What's up, longtime listener?
Yep.
Several Biden administration officials resign over Gaza. Acts crazy. Oh, that's a cool way of spelling it. A snake needs to move left and then right to move forward. That's right.
Just the last one you said. Yeah, I was saying that there wasn't enough people speaking out against Biden. There were a handful of administration officials that did resign. I wish we had our platform at the time. We could have had more coverage on that. I'm just noticing that there's a lot louder people right now on the right that are calling this shit out in the first year, and they're very loud about it, and they have big platforms, and we're seeing it. And I don't think the left has a Marjorie Taylor Greene. That's all I was saying. I was saying that earlier. There's no equivalent to a Marjorie Taylor Greene on the left. They don't exist. They're all the squad members. They're all in line. All the Bernies, they're all in line. And Mamdami's going to be just like them. Get in line. Kiss the ass of Mama Bear, whoever the fuck, Jeffries and Schumer, kiss their ass, and we'll pretend that we're doing something radical, but we're not. We're not. That's all. But yeah, if they did that, that's great. That's great. Good for them for standing up to the thing.
Jay Scott, vaccine policies and ICE policies are just as bad. Both sides suck equally over time. They just appeal to different people. People.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jay.
Yeah, absolutely.
you can, if you look at the starred, I think I have way too many and we're running out of time.
That's okay.
Oh, I'll read this one too. I thought it was really cute. From Vaxkill. Ooh, Matt with your gorgeous eyes. Just saying respectfully, of course.
Hey, hey, what you talking about? Hey.
Hi, Wids from the UK. Jonas says, great interview with Danny, Matt.
Oh, appreciate that. Sometimes I get kind of excited in these interviews, and I felt like it went pretty well. He had a lot to say, and we were interested.
That
for
was
sure.
really good.
Yeah.
We have a new subscriber, Robin
Yay.
Waldeck. Really cool. I liked and subbed. Love this joint. Very
Hell
cool.
yeah.
We're happy to have you.
Oh yeah.
From Mary, Cuba is supposedly a leader in organic farming and natural medicine, especially homeopathics. I love that.
Well, that's the
Too
thing
bad what's
about these
happening over there.
countries that we suppress. Cuba absolutely is a leader in farming and medicine, and they get recruited to other countries. When they come out of Cuba, they go to other Latin American countries, and they're able to practice medicine, and they're able to do it in an organic way that's well beyond our Western medicine techniques of Rockefeller techniques of creating symptoms for problems and treating them for the rest of your life. So Cuba, isn't that funny that the places that we're bombarding and destroying and they're barely surviving, that they have the people come out of them, and they're just fantastic people in their fields, and we don't even American people don't even know this. It's so when we find this out, these are things to celebrate. Like Iran, like we talked about this before, how Iran has like the most successful female scientists coming out of Iran. Isn't that wild? Isn't that wild that 49% of the doctors in Iran are female? We don't have that kind of numbers at all. And they have access to education. We thought, oh no, women don't get to have anything, and they're suppressed. It's like, what the fuck do you think? They're suppressing everyone here. Women have absolute access to education in these places, and they don't want us to know that. They want to murder all them and drop bombs on their schools and kill all the girls. Why? Why do they want to kill all the girls in the girls' school in Iran? So they can say, you see, they had no access to education. Why not? Well, because we killed them. Now they don't have any. Their backpacks are left with the blood on it, and they can't actually go to school. So you see that we can. Our women can go to school. Theirs can't. Their backpacks have the blood stains and the blown up body parts. So sucks for them. But at least we can go LGBT all out in our schools.
I'll read this one from Sylviak123. Why are Americans not more angry about our young soldiers being sent to die for Netanyahu regime change? I agree with you on that. I'm really pissed about this. I don't personally know anyone who, well, my little cousin's in the army, but I don't think they sent her. But I'm really angry about this. I'm really hurt that I cannot believe this is happening.
Yeah.
And oh my gosh.
No,
Anyway,
it's infuriating.
why aren't we more angry?
It's because they're being tricked right now. They don't know that there's Americans that are trapped there right now, that are stuck on military bases, the ones that have been bombed. And if you're watching The Daily Show, Jon Stewart's going to tell you, why is Iran just bombing everyone? Iran's not bombing everyone. Iran is going after the military bases that are surrounding that entire region. Guess who's on those bases? American soldiers. Guess who has no way out? But the ones that are alive, the ones that are dead. And we don't even have those numbers right on purpose. They're coming home in body bags. They're going to funerals. Trump is attending funerals and saying no cameras allowed at the funerals. And you think that only 6 or 7 of them have been killed? Are you effing kidding? That's why people aren't upset, because they think it's only 6 or 7 Americans. That's a small price to pay, right? We all did our part. Those are the same people that think only 6 or 7 people died from the COVID vaccine. Hey, 6 or 7. That's a nice trade-off.
We'll take it.
We'll take it. We're all in this together.
The greater good.
So, but if they knew the real numbers, and we know the game of hiding numbers. That's why we started the show, guys. We started the show because we wanted to expose how numbers get hidden, how numbers get fucked with, how you turn on CNN during COVID. And what did you see? Death count of COVID. That wasn't a death count of COVID. That was like, how many people had runny noses when they died this year? Oh, how many people had the flu? Guess what? Fauci told us nobody had the flu in 2021. Did you know that? Zero flu reports. That's how you skew numbers. Where did all those flu deaths go? They went over to the COVID side. So that's why people are angry about young soldiers being sent out to die, because we don't think they're being killed. And we don't think they're scared for their fucking lives right now. And they're trapped on military bases all around the Middle East, and they have no way to get fucking home right now. That's what's happening. There's no way out.
It's not okay. Whew. That's crazy. You guys seem very nonpartisan. I like that. Thank you.
That's the point. And you
That's
got
the
it. You that's right. That's exactly what we are. We're non-tribal, non-partisan, using our critical thinking skills in this very, I say, safe and honest place that we like. We love that others join us that are like that. And we can have these fun conversations, and they can be fun because they can be inspiring, right? We can learn new things and have aha moments. So welcome to the channel. We love you.
Yes, very much so, guys. Mary says, according to the Lung Association, 90% of flu deaths are actually pneumonia. That's correct. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Mary. Let me see a few more. Oh, it's so cool to have Gabrielle on for a while there. Really cool.
What's up, free thinkers?
Yes. Let's see. Let's end it soon. Oh, this was a really nice comment too. Richard, glad to have you on. I think you were having a debate with one of our regulars here, but happy to have everyone on. We love debate. Be respectful. We love it. Really good to have you, Richard.
Yes.
I'm not sure who that is. Can you tell me? Buried in the Sand said Mets are budding new Walter Cronkite. I should probably know who that is.
Okay, so Walter Cronkite, they say, is the last of the honest journalists of the original media, right? When media started, you had this agreement. It was an agreement with the 3 channels. You guys know the 3 channels. I know you weren't around. I wasn't around either, but you know that the origin of news in America. You had CBS, ABC, NBC, and they had an agreement that for 1 hour a day, they wouldn't be relying on advertising money, that they would just report the news. That was the agreement. No product placement, no advertising buying time in that hour. So you had the news hour. It was from 6 to 7. 6 to 7. That was the time. And Walter Cronkite came on and told you the effing news until he couldn't. Until these entities got captured, until the CIA started controlling the news. And the way they did that originally was you had, if a phone call came in with actual information and news through, like, let's say it's through the 70s. The 70s is when we kind of caught on to this. This was as Walter Cronkite was heading out and a new era was starting in the 70s, where the CIA would start checking in and making sure that you made that phone call before, or they called you and said, we have to adjust your story. And then well, how do we explain this to our viewers? How do we, will you say a government source, a source, and then you don't have to qualify the source. A source is telling us that. Inside source is telling us that. And so that's how you know they're just taking instructions. They're not giving you news. That's not investigation. That's dictation, and that's not news. So Walter Cronkite was the last of that wave. Now, fast forward to now, they don't even have to do the phone call anymore. What are they doing now? They're cutting out the middleman. There's nobody to call. Guess what? They take the CIA person who was on that phone. Now they're just sticking them right on the camera. That's our news now. They're on the camera saying this specialist, former CIA official, former White House insider, they're going to tell you their opinion on the Iran war. And they're just going to tell you, and they're going to look like they're reporting news when they're literally just coming on Pentagon, Mossad, top-down information. This is what's going on. That's how it goes. So yeah, Walter Cronkite is the last, and I do appreciate this comment because I think that's what we're trying to do here. We're trying to say for an hour a day, in our case, Leslie, it's for 4 to 5 hours a day.
Mm-hmm.
We just want to give you guys the news. That's it, and have these discussions, have conversations. That's all. And then you can go back to your pharma and your BlackRock and all your other bullshit. Pesticides and chemicals and your cereal and your red 40 dyes and all that shit. You can go right back to that. But for right here in this space, yeah, let's do some Walter Cronkite for you guys just for 4 to 5 hours a day.
I'll read a few more. From Timothy Adams, my grandparents' Bible has a map inside cover. It absolutely called the entire area Palestine.
Of course it did. Before the Bible was captured and reprinted with the Israel map. Oh gosh.
9bot369, design of military industrial complex, not to let's make things better, bioorganic, versus let's make more synthetic, manipulated agenda. Thank you, 9bot.
Yeah.
I like that comment. From Eno Shadow Walker, it is Palestine from the river to the sea. And let's see, from Denton Ernico, sorry,
Mm.
watching and following all the way from the Solomon Islands. Ooh, appreciate your analysis and updates. Oh, that is awesome.
Hell yeah.
Really cool. I know we have people from Europe and Central America and of course the USA. But yeah, you guys let us know what country you're messaging us from. That's really awesome. Welcome,
Oh,
Denton. Really
yes.
awesome.
Love that.
I want
Love
to go
that.
there, Solomon Islands. And then Longmeadow, our old time friend, courage is contagious.
Oh, love it. Courage is contagious.
I'll end with that one.
That's a good one to end on.
Yes.
You guys, I'll try to put up some more later when we do the outro. But thank you, Nurse Leslie, for today. I know people love when you come on. You definitely have a little fan base here for sure, and we love what you do, and we really, really appreciate it.
It's a lot of fun being here. I love reading all your comments. I really do. I hope you guys have a good rest of your day.
One more question for you. You have a Twitter account now. Am I right? Why don't we let people know that? Because I know you this is kind of new for you, but I'm sure they won't want to follow you. What is it again?
Les E. Weinglass?
Yeah, I think so. You know what?
Sorry, guys. I should have it memorized, but I
no.
I don't really go on it often, but I will.
I wanted to catch you on this because I know that there's first time listeners, first time long time listener, first time caller. What's that from? That's from something. No, we have people here. Okay, I'm getting it for you right now because I want people to know they can follow you.
Ninebot is from Holland. Awesome. Thanks for being here, you guys.
I gotta find this. Okay, this is before we let you go. Okay, I got it right here. This is. I'm just gonna put it in the banner just because I wasn't able to share. Sharing the screen took too long. Okay, we're just putting it in the banner. This is it. You guys can find Leslie on Twitter. That's her handle. Be one of the first subscribe. I know you put it up a little bit ago, but you're just now getting into it. So you guys, join the team. You obviously know you can join the Homeless Left on Twitter and Matt Weinglass on Twitter as well. But I wanted to plug you there, Nurse Leslie, and thanks so much for your contribution today.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys add me. We can chat and do all the fun stuff on Twitter. Really good to be here. You guys have a fantastic rest of your day, and power to the people. Thank you, guys.
Awesome. All right.
Bye, Robin.
Bye. All right, guys. Hell yeah. What a great show, guys. And you guys are sticking around because you know that we always have one last thing ready for you guys before we end the week, and this will be the last segment of the week. This will be a good one. I forgot to set it up. I'm just going to set it up while I talk to you guys. It's called Loudest Voice of the Week for those that are new, and this is a good one. I'm glad we're doing this one today. Yeah, we appreciate all the engagement today. And of course we couldn't get to everyone. We really do feel bad about that, but we'll try to figure out a better system when we keep the channels growing. We'll try to figure out a better system. And you guys know if you do the super chats or the Rumble rants, it's easier for us to see those, and we can get those out like more. It kind of they automatically start, and we're able to get to those so easily. And so, and we understand, like, it's you all don't have this easy way to just sometimes just throw a few bucks or whatever. And that's fine. Just do a normal comment. That's totally fine. I'm just saying that the way they're designed, the way YouTube and Rumble is designed, is they let us kind of highlight those a lot easier and get those out to you and be able to respond to those a lot easier. So just letting you guys know that. Okay, let's do. I think we're set up now. Okay. I'm excited about this one. This is so important. I was going to have this topic. We were going to do it. Wait, hold on. Where did my sheet go? Where did it go? Is it here? Hold on. It's not officially a technical glitch, as they say. So we're not worried, but I just wanted to see where did this. I might have lost one of my sheets. Okay, we do have it. Yes. Okay, we're good. Okay, I'll go ahead and start the music on this one. Last segment of the week. It's called Loudest Voice. Let's go ahead and do it. Here we go. It's the loudest voice of the week. This week, we want to shine a light on a certain type of person. We do a lot of individuals on here. We highlight a lot of individuals, especially ones that have very loud voices. If it's about interruption, disruption, getting a message out on a large platform, or just showing up and calling people out in a resistant movement, having courage, putting their ass on the line, putting their name on the line, doing it for a good cause. Those are all good reasons to be acknowledged. And we like to give that platform what we can do to get those messages out. So this week, what we're going to do is we're going to focus on, as I said, a type of person. And this is very important right now because of what is happening in Iran. A lot of people don't fully comprehend the type of people Iranians are. And what I'm talking about goes well beyond courage and faith and belief, because we certainly have courage, faith, and belief here. There's something that goes even further, and it's hard to put your finger on what it is. But if I could sum it up in one word, it's calm. I would say calm, zen. That's a good word. Calm, zen, just being at peace within the chaos, within the death and destruction. As Pete Hegseth tells us, Iran is going to get death and destruction raining down every minute of the day, every hour. That's literally what our Department of War had told us was happening. And still, after they took out their leader, after they murdered all of the schoolgirls, raining bombs down, taking out their oil tankers, taking out everyone they can, and saying this is what peace looks like, is raining bombs on Iran. How do the Iranians respond? They go out in the street. Of course they go out in the street. We go out in the street too, but they do something a little more beyond the courage of a protester, of somebody who believes in something. They bring a calm. And I'm going to show you this example of a woman who is live at the time, was videoing herself live in a protest against the Western elite Epstein pedophile class. She was protesting in the street and telling us on her camera how they look at the world and what they believe in, and how they know they're going to win this battle against us. And when I say us, it's not against the American people, it's against our rulers. And what happens while she's recording this message? If you haven't seen this, check this out. It's pretty fantastic what actually occurs while she is recording this message. Here it is.
Hey American people, whenever you hear Allahu Akbar, you usually think an explosion would follow, because this word has been misused by extremists like ISIS members. But I want to tell you what it really means. Allahu Akbar means God is greater than anything and more powerful than everything. Allahu Akbar means God is greater than the U.S. aircraft carriers, and that's why we did not fear when they appeared in the Persian Gulf. Allahu Akbar means God is greater than the US B-2 bombers, and that's why we do not run away, despite constant explosions and fire jets flying over our heads. Allahu Akbar means God is great. Allahu Akbar! Great. Allahu Akbar! 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 Did you see what just happened? An explosion really happened right behind me, and people did not run away. They didn't fear. They just kept chanting Allahu Akbar, because Allahu Akbar means God is greater than anything. God is greater than any superpower in the world, and their equipment and their weapons. So we are not afraid of the United States of America, because God is greater and God is with us.
She's smiling. She's not smiling because she's excited about beating us and winning and hurting us. She's smiling because there's a peace and calm to her right now. A peace and calm that, even having to articulate this before that crazy ass timed bomb that went off, that explosion went off on camera while she was explaining, it was the articulation of this that she wants us to hear. She's talking to us, by the way. She's not talking to the Epstein pedos. She's talking to us. And she wants us to know that we've been lied to, and that Allah Akbar meant something of peace and love and serenity and calm and zen, all those things. That's what that meant. And courage. That's what Allah Akbar has meant this whole time. And we were told something different. We were told it was death to America. It's death. It's death to the Epstein class. It's death to our rulers. That's what it is. But there's peace knowing that they will survive this one way or the other, either in this life or the next. As the gladiator character Russell Crowe has said, I will have my revenge this life or the next. But it's not about revenge. It's about justice and peace prevailing over evil, or whatever you want to call the thing that we all now see with our own eyes, that's in these Epstein files, that is showing us how bad we actually are. And by we, I mean the people that have controlled and brainwashed us this whole time. So that's what that look is at the end. And notice the people behind her that are staying in the street. That is something to be really, really curious about. If you guys have ever been in a protest, and we've been through several, I don't think there's any protest here in which the people would stay in the street when a bomb would come down. There was an incident overhead. We've had ICE cops shooting at us in the crowd, picking people off one at a time, not with murdering bullets, but with very, very violent weapons that leave people in the hospital. I don't think we had any actual deaths here in LA, but it was bad enough to hear that violence coming from the sky. And people ran. We had to run. We had to take our camera gear and run, because that's what the crowd needed to do. They needed to get to safety. Get to safety. What is that? What does getting to safety even look like? So getting to safety is standing with conviction and standing for something, as far as being on the side of humanity and fighting the evil that the West has been representing this whole time. And that's what that statue of Baal is about. When they're burning the statue of Baal, it's to fight that thing, that evil entity. So there's no getting to safety until you defeat that thing. So you don't run for safety, you fight for safety. That's what that is. Another lesson that comes from this, another very important lesson, as we try to really fully try to grasp this mindset of the Iranians right now, who have this much courage. At the same time, we're trying to really grasp with the fact that Israelis are not wired this way for whatever reason, by any shape of the imagination. And we know this more than ever because they've been under siege by Iran for about 2.5 weeks. And what happened? What did they look like when something they believe in is hard to fight for, because they're not getting handed to it on the silver spoon. They're not getting a blank check from us anymore. And Iran is actually standing up and fighting back. That Iran has the ability to fight back. Palestine has not been able to fight back. Iran can. What does it look like from an Israeli perspective when the thing that they're fighting for is getting bombed on. The thing they are fighting for, the superiority, whatever the thing, the chosen one, greater Israel, we have the right to do what we have the right to do. What does it look like when they get rained on? This is what it looks like. I will show you what it looks like, because for the first time, we're able to see what it looks like when you're in Israel and you feel unsafe. Not feigning, I feel unsafe. Not these fake, we've seen all the fake, oh, don't attack me because I'm Jewish. No, when they really get afraid. What does that look like? Here's an example.
די, לא יכול יותר. לא יכול יותר שאין להם מסגרות, אני לא יכול יותר. 15 יום כבר. לא עבדתי דקה. דקה לא עבדתי. איך אפשר להתקדם במשהו בחיים שלנו? כל שנייה עוצרים אותי, אני מתקדם, נכנס למומנטום עצירה. בום חודש, בום חודשיים, בום חודש וחצי. די, לא רוצה רצף. אוף! לא יכול, אתה קם בבוקר, אתה הולך לגינה, צבע אדום, במקביל, אור, כל היום, 5 פעמים אתה קם בלילה, מתחיל יום חדש, ועוד פעם, ודי כבר, די!
I was gonna read the subtitles on there. I didn't even feel like it. You guys get he's complaining about the alarms and the chaos. He can't live the life he wanted to live. What life was that before 15 days ago? 15 days? He couldn't live the life of what? Going to the raves and the parties while he asks the hey DJ, can you put on a shot of the Palestinians starving to death while we rave it up here on our ecstasy and get drunk on our Jack and Cokes? Are you understanding that's the thing he doesn't get to do right now? And he's angry. So that's what that looks like. It's what a contrast. So the functionality of the brain, it's so different. We talk about, hey, what's happening right now? How do I respond to my life being upended? How do I respond to that? What do I believe in? What am I fighting for? That's what that looks like. And so when we try to get in the head of an Iranian, try to say, how do they stay in the street when they get bombarded? How do they do that? And that peace and that smile, and it's not a vindictive smile. It's a smile of zen and calm. That's what you saw in that. You know what they're doing in Gaza right now? You know what they're doing in Gaza right now? There are Palestinian children who are harmonizing, singing music. The sounds that this piece of shit just bitched and yelled about. He has to hear sound. Guess what the children are doing in Gaza right now? The ones that are still alive, barely. They're getting together and creating music to the sound of Israeli drones. I kid you not. This is happening right now.
Hey, there's a lot of drones. نسهر على نجوم الليل نناديله شيل يا زماني شيل حوطك برا دم الشهيد معطر الليل وين عالظالمي وين نسهر على نجوم الليل نناديله شيل يا زماني شيل حوطك برا دم الشهيد معطر الليل.
Hello everyone, today we have a new day, a new activity, and we have a lot of kids. Come with me, let's show you. The kids, I teach them violin. in these moments, we forget the war. So this is coming light in my head. Why not we make some activity, music activity, despite this war? This war make the kids have a lot of problems like trauma, starving, they are not sleeping, they are crying, they are sad. So we tried our best to use music therapy in these kids.
Remarkable. But this is the mindset of people that go beyond the experience. I think that we even understand that how we would respond in this. And I think we've gotten a little used to all of the chaos. I mean, the chaos in our phone. We've been watching this genocide in real life, in real time for 3 years. And the one thing we never see is the thing that the Israelis have told us the whole time. They've told us these people hate Jews and the children get indoctrinated and they want to kill us all. From the river to the sea means they want to kill us, kill Jews, ah. You don't see any of those angry faces like I showed you that the angry Israeli that's been inconvenienced for 15 days, that anger, you don't see any of that. Palestinians getting their families wiped out, limbs blown off. They're starving to death. They're freaking starving to death. And they figure out that music can keep them alive, that there's a zen and a peace in just understanding that this is that some life is something to be valued, and they still appreciate every moment they have to breathe, and they're okay with knowing that they will see their dead family members when it's their time to go. There's a peace there, and we've just never seen that footage. It never happened, and we kind of got used to this, that you never see any angry how I'm gonna kill every last American and Jew. No, you don't see that. So that's something we need to appreciate and look at and learn from. And now it's happening in Lebanon too. Lebanon, we take it there. We just got destroyed. A million lives in Lebanon. They're displaced right now. We're murdering them by in the masses right now, and no one's talking about that. We covered that earlier on Top Censored News. So let's end the loudest voice with one more voice of this type of person that we are giving loudest voice of the week to, this type of mindset that we can all learn something from, and we can maybe try to implement when our lives aren't going well, rather than behaving like this psychopath Israeli. Let's take a lesson from the music that we find within ourselves, from community, from there's a peace that even when the bombs are dropping over our heads, we still can yell out the thing that keeps us human, whatever that chant is, whether it's Allah Akbar or any other chant that you can resonate with. Let's learn from this. And if it's music you resonate with, then find that song inside and sing that song, or pick up an instrument and play the music to your heart's content. Amongst all of the death and destruction, as Pete Hegseth says, amongst all of the death and destruction, play that music throughout it all, and hold on to that humanity at all costs, like this cellist, this Lebanese cellist is doing. His name is Mandi Sahali, and he's playing an Armenian composer's name is Aram Khachaturian, and the name of the piece is Andantino, and he's playing it in the ruins of southern And that is the loudest voice of the week. All right, guys, I hope you gave you something to think about this Thursday. And if you've been with us all afternoon, we appreciate it. I know we are about to hit that 5-hour mark, but we'll be signing off here in just a moment. But I just want to thank everybody for tuning in today. Whenever you came in or out, or whatever you were up to in your daily lives, that you found the time to come in and be part of this experience, part of this space with us as the Homeless Left, THL. This is a non-tribal approach to news, but it's a non-tribal approach to life. Oh, shoot. I think it just froze. Okay, hold on. Wow. That's not good. I was about to sign off. Let's see. Okay, let me do a little reset here. I'll be right back in to sign off if you guys can still hear me. We'll just do a quick little switch up here on StreamYard. Give me 1 second, guys. Here we go. Man, that was a close one. Okay, if you can still hear me, I'm just doing a little tweak here so I can come back in. And here we go. Okay. Right when we were signing off, we had that little issue there. It's all good, but we've been rolling through the punches today. So let's go ahead and we'll sign off now. But I again wanted to thank you before StreamYard kicked me off. I wanted to thank you guys for. Oh wait, let's make sure we're not frozen here still on YouTube, because I know we had a lot of you guys watching there. We're good. Okay, great. Thanks everyone for being part of what we are doing today. Today was quite a show, and we know we got some extra engagement, not just from the Rumble raids, from Due Distance. We know YouTube has people are finding us and they're seeing it, and I think we're onto something here. I think we're onto something. There's a method to what we're doing that's working. We're gonna keep doing it, and we're gonna keep tuning. We're gonna keep showing up, because that's what you have to do. You have to show up. You have to not let people down. That you make those commitments in life. We say we're gonna fight. We're gonna do the thing we say we're gonna do. Don't be like Trump's administration. Don't be like Netanyahu. Obviously, these are the epitome of what not to be like. We're gonna do those things in our lives, right? When we say we're gonna do something, we're gonna do it. Right? When we run a campaign and on something, we're not gonna do the opposite when we get in, right? When we make promises to our friends and family, we're gonna try our best to keep them. And so when we make our relationships with you, we will show up. We will be here. We'll make sure you guys know that you can count on us, and you can go out there and set the same standard of engagement and courage and conviction, which are so important, especially now, having those principles, applying them not just when they're convenient, when they're inconvenient to do so. That's when principles really, really matter. That's when they matter. So on that note, and this is right before we get to the 5-hour mark, on that note, I just want everybody to remember those principles when we apply those to every day. We tell you guys this every day when we sign off the show, every Tuesday and Thursday when we end the show. We'll tell you, I'll tell you again, always go out in the world with conviction, with courage, and above all else, principle. I'm going to leave you guys with another follow-up from the same woman that we showed you on Loudest Voice just earlier. She did another video. This one's pretty awesome. She gets a little sarcastic, but she's apologizing to us on behalf of Iran. And I love the sarcasm, because you got to have fun sometimes. We gave you guys a sarcastic title of the show. Nobody saw this coming. Well, one last nobody saw this coming. She's amazing. I love this. She's so cool, this Iranian woman. So we'll leave you with that. And thanks to Leslie, and thanks to Craig Pasta. Thanks to Danny Shaw. Great show today, guys. We'll see you next week, next Tuesday, same time, noon Pacific, 3 Eastern. We're going to have some guests to announce soon. We're going to be having Jake GTV on with us, I believe, next week. We just got to lock it in, and some other great guests we're going to announce too. But we'll see you guys back here next week. I already told you guys what to leave with, but we have to give our hashtags at the end. Thank you to our mods too. We love you, mods. Thank you so much. And until next time, free Palestine. And we'll say this one last: power to the people. We're out. We'll see you guys.
Hey, American leaders, I just wanted to apologize to the United States of America on behalf of all the Iranian people. I apologize to you that we established our country in the middle of your military bases in the Middle East more than 2,500 years ago, before even the United States of America existed on the map. I apologize to you that we failed to consider your desperate need to our national oil and minerals to remain the so-called greatest country in the world. I apologize to you that we Iranians failed to starve in Iran after more than 40 years of the heaviest sanctions being imposed on us under the excuse of fighting against terrorism. I apologize to you that we failed to accept your generous and fair offers in the negotiations so that you had to waste billions of the American tax dollars for attacking to Iran. I apologize to you that we failed to remain silent like many Arab countries before Israel's genocide of Palestinian women and children so that Netanyahu had to drag you into his war at the cost of American lives. I apologize to you that our leaders were not corrupt to be in the Epstein file, unlike Trump, who had to attack to Iran to distract American people from the fact that their country is run by a bunch of satanic pedophiles. And at last, I truly apologize to you that more than 165 Iranian schoolgirls happen to be in the way of your missiles to reveal how honestly you really care about human rights. I really apologize for that.